Take a look at the futures this morning. We have seen the futures power up. We've been in positive territory all morning long, but there have been some positive headlines coming out of those Russia-Ukraine peace talks that make it sound promising. Of course, we've heard things from the Russians before, but the market at this point, Dow up by about 280 points. S&P futures up by about 38 this morning, and then you've got the NASDAQ, which is up by about 173. So these are significant gains that add to the gains we've seen over the last couple of weeks for the markets. In terms of oil prices, they were down by 7.5% yesterday. Oil prices have been down once again this morning. I guess first we'll take a look at the 10-year note. Check that out. That yield is below 2.5% for the 10-year note. Those lower yields.
What's up? What's going on, ladies and gentlemen, and happy Money Tuesday. That's right, it's Money Tuesday, ladies and gentlemen. March 29th, 2022, 9 o'clock in the morning. And I am fired up to be here like always. How are we doing today, team? Hit me with a big old good morning. Who do we have in chat today? We got Mr. TJ inside of chat, ready to rock and roll. Angel, what's up, boss? Nick, Dougie, Fresh, J Dos, what's up, buddy? Jay Cohen, Ron, Kits King, Jason, Corey, Chris, Winston, Dougie, Fresh, and look who's here. What's up, sweetie? Hi. She's home from daycare, guys, because she had her tonsils removed. So you want to say hi to everybody?
I want to go to the store.
You want to go to the store? We can go later.
I want to go now.
I can't. I got to work with everybody. We got to make money. Can you say, let's make some money?
I want to go to the store.
Can you say, let's make some money? Hey, guys, I do apologize. Give me 1 second, guys. Let me see where mommy's at, and we'll be jumping back on the mic. Give me 1 second. She's feeling a lot better, guys. A lot better. 1 second. We're going to dive into it. We're not going to waste any time. All right, guys, thank you. Yeah, she's feeling a lot better. Again, it's still so hit or miss. When she wakes up, she feels good. Midday, it's sore, it's painful. Try to get Tylenol in her. It's hard, but again, she's feeling much better than she did over the weekend for sure. So, again, family first. I know. She wants to go ride the choo-choo train. She wants to go hang out with Daddy today because I told her last night, hey, it's Daddy-daughter day, right? I'm done at 12. The wife works. I have no daycare. She can't go to the daycare. I'm like, it's Daddy-daughter day. We're going to go out. We're going to have some fun. We're going to go ride the choo-choo train. So she's like, I want to ride the choo-choo train. I want to go to Publix and buy some candy. Anyway, guys, good morning. How we doing? Thank you guys for being here. I'm excited to be here, guys. We're going to hit it hard. We are going to end the month of March on a strong note. Ladies and gentlemen, we have 3 days to go, and so far for the month of March, it's been an amazing month of March. It is March Madness, and we've been going mad with some profits, and we're going to continue that momentum today, tomorrow, Thursday, and end the month of March on a green and profitable note. and carry this beautiful momentum into April, baby. And I'm excited for April. What's up over on YouTube? Mr. Joey's over in chat. Joe, Lewis, Ryan, Mexoids, Eddie. What's up, Greg, Shane, Mutaz, and Zachary. What's up, guys? Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. How we doing? Let's go ahead and not waste any time. Let's dive into it and talk about what we have going on for today. There's a lot going on, guys. What did we talk about yesterday? Market conditions. What happens Monday typically sets the tone for the rest of the week, right? So normally what we see with penny stocks on Monday, we see that consistency and that trend kind of follow Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. So what was yesterday? Decent pre-market. Nothing like ripping up 100%, 200%. Decent pre-market, right? Out of the gates, I would say 80% of the stocks that we were watching didn't do anything. We had two stocks really ripping and running for about an hour and a half out of the gate, right? So we saw some great movement on HYMC yesterday. We saw some great movement over on DATS yesterday. Obviously, we had AMC and NEGG, MRIN. We'll talk about these stocks, but for the most part, it was HYMC, DATS, NEGG had some great opportunity as well. But when did we see a lot of these stocks make their moves? Well, DATS and HYMC was from around 9:30 until about 11 o'clock. So about an hour to an hour and a half, we saw some great action to the upside. From 11 to 12, things really started to slow down. It was actually pretty dead. And we said, we're going to take lunch early because the market is dead. We came back at 2:30. Lunch was pretty hot, right? We saw HYMC ripping. We saw DATS still moving. NEGG was ripping to the upside. That's when GameStop and AMC was starting to break on out over lunch. And then towards the end of the day, it actually started to slow back down again. So slower pre-market, decent action, great action, really, out of the gate. 11 to 12, 12:30, it was relatively slow. Then we started to see things heat back up until power hour, and power hour was really choppy. We saw some decent opportunity. We got some quick wins, but they weren't big time explosive moves. 10 cents here, 20 cents there, right? We didn't see those big time follow throughs, but it was still profitable, but it was a little bit on the slower side. So let's have the mindset. Market conditions, right, from Monday may apply today, and we may see that continue in trend the rest of the week. And if so, we know how to approach the market. We want to be prepared, ready to rock and roll right at 9:30 to see if that's when we start really seeing those big time moves to the upside. All right, so let's go ahead and start dissecting these stocks that are currently moving today in pre-market. We got SXTC. That's number one on the leaderboard, currently at 48%, trading 14 million shares. On average, this stock trades 6 million shares, and it's a lower float stock as well, coming in at 20 million in float. Give me one sec. Let me turn down CNBC. Kramer's talking, and no one wants to listen to Kramer this morning. All right, so again, SXTC, guys. But here's the thing. With SXTC, I don't see any news. I do not see any news on SXTC. So again, they're just up. It's a Chinese stock. I mean, just getting some action right now. Again, I'm not really sure as to why. I didn't take the time to do that due diligence. It's a pharmaceutical company. You got IGM, a biosciences company, and you do see some of these healthcare stocks, again, pharmaceuticals, biosciences, some of these stocks starting to move on up. But again, directly pertaining to XSTC, as far as a direct catalyst, a press release from the company, I don't see any forms, any filings, any news. But we are seeing SXTC get some decent action to the upside. It's trading good volume. It's a nice low float stock, currently up 50%. So I guess we'll keep this one on watch. And I would say because we have a nice little daily gap to be filled on SXTC. So if we can get a nice clean break over 32, that high from back in, I think it was March 1st, that spiking high at 32. If we can break and hold 32, I mean, we could see this move nice up towards around 46 cents to possibly fill this gap here on the daily chart. But keep in mind, there's no news. It may not do anything. It could fade and fall. But breaking and holding 32 cents, guys, you could see it pop on up towards around 46 cents today to fill this gap on the daily chart. And I like daily chart gap fills. I mean, I would say 80% of the time when you start working your way into that gap level, I'd say 80% of the time those gaps are filled. So XS, SX, TC, we'll definitely keep this one on watch, guys. All right, we'll definitely keep that one on watch. IGSM. IGSM. Or Jesus, my dyslexia is bad. IGMS. There we go, buddy. There we go. Currently up on earnings, right? So we did have some earnings this morning. They reported a $200 million offering after they issued their Q4 earnings. And again, they plan on a $200 million underwritten public share offering of its common stock through an underwritten public offering. The company said it plans to give underwriters a 30-day option to purchase up to an additional 30 million shares at the offering price, less underwriting discounts and commissions. All right, so again, the real reason IGMS really started to get this action in the first place was those Q4 earnings. But again, look at IGMS. I mean, it's trading good volume. It's gapping up, right? I mean, on average, it trades 300,000 shares. Today, it's trading 1.1 million shares. It's a low float stock, up 43%. But just visually looking at this chart, it's not really appealing, right? Just look at it. It's not really appealing. There's no consistency. There's not been any real nice setups. It's not really a top stock that I really want to put too much focus on. I mean, we'll keep it on watch. Maybe it's the stock that starts ripping today. It could be. You never know. But I think we have better opportunity out there, guys. I think there's a few other stocks that have better opportunity for today versus IGMS. So just keep in mind, it's gapping up again, 41%. Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, 41% on earnings. It's trading good volume. It's trading 3 times the average. It's a low float stock. It could move. But like I said, I think there's better opportunity out there. We'll still be mindful of it. We'll come back to it if it starts setting up and ripping and running, and we'll see, right? But again, I think there's better opportunity out there. Where do I think the best of the best opportunity is today? Well, we got GFAI, guys. GFAI, not only has this been a pretty consistent mover over the past 2 to 3 weeks, but again, we have some news today. So today at 7:05, Guard Force AI, that's GFAI, announcing expansion in Dubai and Australia with a focus on robotics as a service rollout initiatives, expanding in Dubai and Australia. So we do have some news on GFAI. GFAI is trading decent volume, right? It's trading 17 million shares. On average, it trades 10. Currently gapping up 41.5%. Low float stock coming in at 14 million. And we see nice consistency. It's not just sideways. It's not just choppy. We have a decent little uptrend. Nice high, low, higher high, higher low. But what we can see is we're losing steam, right? We are losing some steam. We are losing momentum. You can visually see that we're losing that momentum looking at the chart. But we can validate we're losing momentum by looking at the RSI. We actually have some confirmed bearish divergence. The stock is making higher highs and higher lows. The RSI is making lower highs and lower lows. So we can see visually on the chart, we're losing some momentum, and we see we're losing momentum with the RSI as well. So right now you do have some light support right around 162 with better support back down towards around 140. All right. So again, we could crack below 162, come down to 140 set up and see a nice push today on GFAI, or it could fade and fall. 140 support. Right now we have light support right around this 160-ish level. So if this stock does open up and start ripping to the upside, you want to see a hold above that 160. Breaking over 178, your next target would be $2 and then $2.15 here on GFAI. So we have the news, we have pretty good volume, nice low float stock, currently number 3 on the leaderboard, again going from 118. Currently trading at 167 with some light support. I'm actually going to bring that down just a little bit lower, guys. I'm going to say 156, right? I've said 160. I'm going to bring that level down towards around 156 would be the better level of support here on GFAI. And again, cracking below 156, we could see this pull back towards around 141. But again, breaking over pre-market highs of 178, your next target would be 2. And then 215 on GFAI. I think GFAI has some potential today. I like it. It's definitely one of the top stocks that I'd like to be watching right out of the gate. Number 2, we got HYMC. So HYMC was yesterday's number 1 top gainer, ripping and closing up over 80%. Currently gapping up here in pre-markets an additional 24%. In just the last 2 trading sessions, this stock's over 100%, all right? trading 47 million shares. On average, we trade 34 million shares. And it's a larger float stock, right? It's 83 million in float, but we saw the stock do very, very well yesterday. Again, we opened up, quick pullback, and then after we broke the open at 168, we just trended higher all day to 240. So again, slower and steadier, but we had a couple, decent little pops with HYMC. So again, it's a larger float stock, but it's actually moving pretty decently, pretty consistently. So I'm not too concerned about the float being large, as the stock is actually moving, again, pretty steadily, pretty consistently. And again, we had some pretty decent pops to the upside, even though it's an 83 million in float stock. All right, so we got HYMC. Stocks gapping up, yesterday's top gainer. Again, we could see some nice momentum and another continuation day today. We are gapping up above these prior highs. So this prior level of resistance, we are gapping up above. We hit that level of resistance last night in post-market at 275. All right, we consolidated, we opened, we broke right above 275, and we ripped all the way up to 342. We pulled back to 275. Decent little downtrend, we broke above, and now we're retesting that downtrend as support and retesting 275 resistance as support as well. So again, we really want to see HYMC hold above that 275. That shows strength. That shows that traders are still here, willing to push the stock even higher to the upside. So again, 275 support right now at this point in time, $3 resistance. Breaking over 3, we have potential to 342. Anything over 342, we have room to 4, and then upwards of $4.35 here on HYMC. However, if we crack below 275, we could see it fade all the way back down to 240. If we crack below 240, we can see this come all the way back down towards around 210. So again, if we crack 275, I'm not looking to touch it until it's down around 240. We'll see if it sets up. If it doesn't set up at 240 and it cracks, we have room to 210. I'll be sitting back waiting to see what happens around 210, see if it sets up. But as long as we're above 275, showing strength, and we can see that buyers are still here in control, I would say a break over 3, you're gonna see a lot of volume start to move in for that nice little push up to those pre-market highs. And if it's strong enough, absolutely breaking those pre-market highs of 342, and we could see it up towards around 435, and then maybe $5 on HYMC. So I would say HYMC is going to be the number 2 stock that I'm going to be watching today right out of the gate. And it's that easy, guys. I have like 2 stocks that I'm really focused on. I'm watching GFAI, I'm watching HYMC, and I will watch SXTC over 32 cents up to 37, over 37 up to 46 to possibly fill the gap here on the daily chart. All right, so it's an actually pretty simple day with penny stocks, but we're not done. There's other stocks that could move today, right? We have meme stocks starting to rip again. We have some pot stocks moving on up here this morning, right? We have some crypto related stocks. I mean, there's so much opportunity in the market, right? But right now out of the gates, I'd say it's pretty simple to look at just GFAI. It has great potential. HYMC, it has great potential. Even SXTC has some decent potential today. But if these stocks do nothing, they fade and fall, there's still some opportunity out there. Like I said, we have some meme stocks ripping and running, right? We have GameStop yesterday from 150 all the way up towards around 196 in post-market. AMC yesterday from around $20, 21 bucks, all the way to $30.24. And here's the thing that we're seeing right now with AMC and GameStop. AMC breaking its downtrend, retesting yesterday's post-market high, right? GameStop, same thing, looking to break the downtrend coming on up, and we could absolutely see a retest of yesterday's post-market high of 196, all right? What's going on with KOSS? KOSS starting to get some action as well. Why is KOSS moving? It's a meme stock, right? KOSS is one of those meme stocks. When AMC and GameStop moves, KOSS sometimes moves. BlackBerry, BB, sometimes moves, right? NEGG was ripping yesterday as well. NEGG sometimes moves when AMC and GameStop really start moving. So not only do we have GameStop, not only do we have AMC that we can watch today, we have KOSS, we have NEGG, we have BlackBerry, BB. So again, there's 5 other stocks with opportunity today. But we really want to be focused on GameStop and AMC, right? If we're looking to trade KOSS, if we're looking to trade NEGG, if we're looking to trade BlackBerry, what do we really need to do? We need to be looking at AMC and GameStop, because if AMC and GameStop start dumping, it's probably very certain, right, that we'll see these other stocks dump as well. But as long as AMC and GameStop look good and they're ripping to the upside like they did yesterday, we could see BlackBerry continue to rip to the upside. We could see NEGG continue to rip to the upside, and same thing with KOSS. All right, so right now, if you guys are watching GameStop, you do have pre-market support at 181.58. If you crack below 181.58, we do have room down towards around 175. But ideally, we're looking for this downtrend to break. A break of the downtrend, we have potential to 196 and then 200 on GME. Again, right now, pre-market support 181.58. Right, AMC pre-market support down towards around 27.69. Just broke the downtrend. Nice boom boom bang off a higher low. That was absolutely textbook. If you guys would have saw that, you would have seen the boom boom bang. Maybe you got yourself a nice little pre-market trade on AMC right up to that 30.24. So again, AMC breaking above yesterday's post-market high. I would say traders probably want to push this up towards around the 200 SMA, right, which is right around 33.27. However, I don't expect to see it break on the second attempt. Right up to that 30.24, I'd like to see it get rejected, pull back a little bit, and then break over that $30.24 mark for that nice little push up to the 200-day moving average of 33.27. So again, right now, pre-market support, 27.69. If we crack below 27.69, we could see it fade and fall down to 26.44. But right now, we want to see a nice higher low form, get a nice little U-shape break over that post-market high of $30.24 for the nice little rip and run up towards around 33.27, which is the 200 SMA. So AMC is definitely going to be on high watch out of the gate. Same thing with GameStop, high watch out of the gate. We're looking for GameStop to break its downtrend. So if AMC opens and breaks and starts ripping, we could safely say that GameStop would probably break that downtrend and start ripping as well. So I'm going to be watching AMC out of the gate, right, to see if this one breaks that post-market high and starts ripping, and then looking at GameStop to see if GameStop starts breaking its downtrend and possibly starts ripping on up towards around that 196 as well. And like I said, guys, we're going to probably see some action with KOSS, and we are. We'll probably see some action again today with NEGG. We'll probably see some action today again with BlackBerry, ticker BB. But again, you need to be watching GameStop and AMC. If those are doing great, those still look good to the upside, you could look to trade these other stocks long. If AMC and GameStop start rolling on over and fading and falling, you'll probably see KOSS, NEGG, and BB roll over, fade, and fall as well. So we do have those meme stocks that we're watching today, right? We do have some crypto-related stocks that we should be watching today as well, right? If Bitcoin in the crypto market continues to perform well, and it continues to rip and run like it has over the past few days, we could see MARA go on a nice little run again today, right? We could see RIOT go on a nice little run again, right? BITF is another crypto-related stock. You have SOS, you have BTCM, you have ANY, and ANY had a very nice end of day yesterday from around 210 to 272, right? So again, there's a lot of stocks that have potential today, guys, right? You have crypto-related stocks that could be the hot stocks, right? You have meme stocks that could be the hot stocks, right? What's another sector, some other stocks that could start ripping and running today as well? Maybe some cannabis-related stocks, right? Tilray off these 760 pre-market low, popping up to 815, right? ACB from 402 to 416. So we're seeing some of these cannabis-related stocks get a little bit of focus and a little bit of attention as well. So again, I don't want to overwhelm you guys. It's a lot to talk about. There's so many stocks that we could dissect and break down, but that would be like 20 to 30 stocks. So here's what you need to do. Focus on 3 to 5 stocks that you think have the best potential right at 930. And what are those stocks? SXTC, GFAI, HYMC, and I would say GameStop and AMC. Those are my 5 stocks, right? Back burner stocks. right? If these stocks don't do much, what other stocks could move today? Classify these, right? Put them in groupings. So how are we going to group KOSS, NEGG, and BlackBerry? Meme-related stocks. If AMC and GameStop starts ripping, so can these meme-related stocks. Classify them, put them in a group, and just put them on the back burner. So again, if we see HYMC dump on off, GFAI dump on off, cannabis stocks aren't doing anything, crypto-related stocks aren't doing anything, but you start seeing GameStop and AMC get some action, shift your attention to that watch list, your meme stock watch list. And those are going to be the stocks that you watch today. Let's say that GameStop does nothing, AMC does nothing, HYMC and GFAI fade and fall. But let's say we see Riot ripping and MARA ripping, right? Some of the leaders when crypto rips and runs, right? MARA, RIOT are the first ones to typically rip and run. So put some stocks in a watch list, crypto related stocks, right? So if you start to see MARA get some great action, RIOT get some great action, you can go look at BITF. We can go look at BTCM, ANY, maybe HIVE, right? But right out of the gate, we're not watching these other 10 stocks. We're going to put them on the watch list, put them in a little grouping, and really just focus on 2 stocks, right? Riot, MARA. Those start ripping, the other ones can start ripping as well. Same thing with these meme-related stocks. AMC and GameStop start ripping, so can KOSS, so can NEGG. Let's shift our attention to cannabis-related stocks. Same thing, right? If Tilray starts doing well, Tilray is usually the first one that really gets some action. What are some other ones we could see rip and run, right? ACB, Sundial, CGC, CRON. Put those on a watch list and label it pot-related stocks. And look at the first 2, right? Tilray and maybe ACB would be the 2 ones that you would see move first if that sector and those types of stocks start to get some action. So again, you got 2 stocks in each watch list that you're really focused on. And if they start ripping, you could see some of these other stocks start moving in sympathy as well. So that's how you're going to simplify the process. That's how you're going to just eliminate the noise, put things in a unique grouping, and again, just get prepared on the stocks that have the best potential at 9:30 versus looking at 30 different stocks that could run today. That's what I would recommend. That's what I'm doing right now at this point in time. Last but not least, let's dissect our back burner watch list, all right? We are going to be watching MULN today, right? So we're going to be watching MULN above 212, right? So again, I know it's pretty far away, right? MULN is still pretty far away from 212, but 212 is a pretty important level on MULN if we're going to continue to see it move to the upside. Why is it important? It's right around the 20 and the 50 SMA, right? The 20 EMA and the 50 SMA, right there around 212. And we're starting to see that 20 EMA cross above the 50 SMA. It's a little bit of a moving average cross, a moving average squeeze formation. We could see MULN pull back to that 212, respect those 2 moving averages as support, and see the next leg on up. So right now, I'm not crazy about it, but if it sets up, let's definitely keep it on watch and let's get prepared. We will be watching MULN off to the side as a back burner just to see if we start to see it set up and if there's any opportunity and any action with MULN. ALLG is another back burner stock, right? ALLG was my top back burner stock yesterday, above 1777, up towards around 2160. We hit the target, we held support, beautiful trade. I want to keep ALLG on watch again today as it's been really consistent over the past couple of days now, guys. Nice uptrend on ALLG, right? Friday, nice grind. Yesterday, nice grind. Overall, over the past 2 days, it's still holding these nice higher lows and higher highs. It's in a nice, consistent uptrend. I wouldn't be surprised if we see the stock hit 23.92 today. Actually, 23.91, retesting last Wednesday's spiking high. And if ALLG ever breaks over 23.91, we could see it rip up towards around 25. So again, not a lot to go off of right now. Literally no volume on ALLG, just like yesterday in pre-market. But if it sets up, we definitely want to watch ALLG because it is moving and it is giving us some profits. I actually made a couple bucks on ALLG yesterday. And then last but not least, I do want to watch DATS, one of yesterday's top gainers. This stock is currently pulling back into its level of support of 231. If DATS cracks below 231, you could see it pull all the way back towards around $2. However, if it holds 231 and we eventually start to break this downtrend, we could see some volume and attention come back in to DATS. But again, right now, it's not a top stock. It's a back burner stock just to see if traders merge on over to it. If traders migrate on over to DATS from HYMC or from GFAI. But again, we have some great stocks to watch out of the gate, guys. GFAI, definitely one of the top stocks. HYMC, definitely a top stock. Maybe SXTC for the daily gap fill up at 46 cents. GameStop and AMC right out of the gate. Those are the top 3 to 5 stocks. Everything else is on the back burner. We're prepared. We're all set, ready to rock and roll. We know exactly what stocks have the best potential right at 9:30. And we got 3 seconds to go, baby. So in 3, 2, 1, the market's open. We are all set, ready to rock and roll. Let's have an awesome day, traders. Be smart, trade safe. Make sure you're building those trade plans. Wait for the A+ setups. Wait for the best of the best opportunities. And let's make it happen. And let's have a big, profitable day, team. Let's do it. So again, right now, like I said, out of the gate, AMC, I'm watching AMC. All right, because if AMC starts breaking, we could see GameStop start breaking that downtrend as well, guys. So I definitely want to be watching GameStop and AMC right here out of the gate, guys, right? Because we know that these two stocks have a lot of the focus from retail. They're meme stocks. There's a lot of bag holders, right? The second we saw AMC tick up last week, everybody's talking about AMC. Everybody's talking about GameStop. This is where a lot of the focus is, right? So we definitely want to put a lot of focus on AMC and GameStop, ladies and gentlemen, all right? Let's go. Let's go, GameStop. Pop on up like AMC. I'm currently long here on GameStop right at that low of 182.50. I got filled at 183.94. And right now, AMC broke into a new pre-market high. I was looking to see if GameStop followed through with a nice little pop as well. 184.10 on GameStop. I'm in at 183.94. I'm keeping it nice and tight. I have very small position, but AMC's ripping. I want to see if GameStop starts ripping as well. There's a $2 push. There we go. We're up $300 to start the day. Let's go ahead and lock in those profits. I'm going to take it. Woo! Way to start the day, team. Way to start the day. That's what I'm talking about. 498.13 to start the day. What did I say, guys? Out of the gate, I expect to see them pull back. But if AMC starts to break that high, right, that pre-market high, and it starts ripping, I would think that GameStop would start ripping as well. So the second I saw AMC break that pre-market high, I went long on GameStop. And that was my plan out of the gate, to be watching AMC. And if AMC started to rip, I was looking at GameStop for the break of the downtrend. I actually nailed GameStop right at the low. I took profit at the downtrend resistance, right? I left a lot of money on the table. But again, it already shot up about $5 per share into resistance. I went ahead and locked in my profits. So if you guys were watching the same stocks as me, which you should have, right? We said AMC out of the gate for the pre-market high break. And if that takes place, watch AMC to rip, or I'm sorry, watch GameStop to rip. And GameStop is ripping right up to 195, guys. So not a bad little early morning trade there on GameStop. Thank you, AMC, for getting that nice little break in that rip and run. And thank you, GameStop, for following suit. Not a bad way to start the day, guys. So again, AMC and GameStop are where it's at. AMC and GameStop, that's our main focus, guys. These two stocks right now at this point in time, this is where the focus is. Until these start dying on off and fading on off, we do not want to go anywhere else, right? These stocks are ripping. Look at AMC. It went from $29.44 to $32 in 2 minutes. Look at GameStop. GameStop ripped $10 in 2 minutes. I'm taking the stocks that rip 5-10 bucks in a minute, right? Those are the stocks that I'm looking at. Those are the stocks that I want to trade, or the ones that could rip $5, $10, $15 in the matter of minutes, not hours. So again, right now, GameStop and AMC are going to be the top two stocks that we're currently watching. If you're watching KOSS, right? If you're looking at NEGG, you definitely need to see GameStop and AMC ripping and running. But like I said, AMC and GameStop right now are the two that have the most attention. AMC hit the 200 SMA. This is where I would expect to see a nice big pullback, guys. A nice big pullback on AMC. Right off that 33.22. Right at that 200 SMA. So again, the next main level that I could see AMC going, I mean, there's so much attention, there's so much volume, there's so much hype. I mean, there's just a lot of hype, guys. I would say up towards around 43.68. 43.68 on AMC. 200 SMA, 33.15. So $33.15 is the 200 SMA. We just broke above the 200 SMA. So let's see if we can hold above that 200 SMA. Again, if you guys are long HYMC, I know a few members in chat were saying they were still long on HYMC. If you guys are long on HYMC, you don't want to see it crack below 275. Right now, because you're above 3, ideally, you kind of want to see it hold above $3, guys. You have potential to get to 343 on HYMC. Dougie Fresh is still long. Make those profits, man. Don't be greedy. Lock in profits when you have them. Don't be greedy. Make it happen, Dougie Fresh. I love it. All right, guys. So right now, you got GameStop pulling back and retesting that little downtrend that we had from pre-market. So let's readjust the downtrend. Downtrend is right there. We're pulling back and we're retesting that downtrend as possible support, but right now we're not jumping on in. It was a great trade out of the gate based on the AMC hype and the AMC rip. But right now, sitting back on those hands, making sure that this is a nice, healthy pullback and that we can see buyers transition back in for the next leg up. GameStop, if it starts breaking above 200, your next level on GME would be 215.68. Ooh, no. I just took a massive loss, guys. I am getting my ass handed to me. As you guys can see, oh my gosh. I just got rug pulled on. All right. So, hey, full transparency. I was happy with the 500 bucks. That went against me really quick. I didn't even know what to do. I couldn't get out. I'm stuck in a halt to the downside on AMC right now, guys. I took it for the dip buy, right? So AMC had that big, massive move on up, 34.33. It was getting hit really hard back down to that 30.46. I love dip buys. You guys know me. I love dip buys, scalping them for 30-40 cents. These stocks are hot. It was initially pulling back on decreasing volume. I'm like, you know what? Let's take it for a dip buy. Literally stuck in a halt to the downside. Wow. Hey, it is what it is, guys, right? Now I get to bounce back. We'll see what happens, but I'm currently down 3,900 bucks. That's funny. It is what it is, though, right? It is what it is. It happens, right? I mean, you can't win 100% of the time. Every now and then, the market gets you. And again, I wanted the dip buy, I took it, and it got slapped really hard to the downside. It did not bounce and immediately got put in a halt. So again, I'll be battling back. It's all good, guys. It's all good. Like I told you guys last week, I'm starting to scale up into my normal way of trading, right? Big size, and I'm able to take bigger losses, right? So again, this may be abnormal to a lot of you guys inside of chat. You're like, Josh, usually you're cutting losses of like $200, $300, $400. I've never seen you take a $4,000 loss. Well, over the last couple of years, that's the way I used to trade, right? My minimum loss used to be around 2 to 3 grand a trade, right? I mean, I would take big size. I would put myself in a position to be able to risk a lot, but my profits were pretty big as well. So again, like I told you guys last week, full transparency, I was starting to get back into those bigger positions. Now that was brutal. That was brutal there on AMC. So it happens, guys. Now I'm just gonna have to figure out what I do here, right? Do I panic sell? Do I get out? Or do I just take a step back and see if we bounce off support, maybe average in to make some of this back? I'm just gonna have to really just play it 1 second at a time and kind of see what I'm gonna do. I'm not the type of person to give into my emotions. Most traders would be panicking right now. Most traders would be punching their screen, frustrated. I'm not upset. I'm not frustrated. I'm not emotional. What I need to do is say, all right, what's the plan? What's the strategy, right? What am I gonna do when this stock goes live? Where's my cost basis? Right at that pre-market high. And that's where I was looking for that dip buy on AMC. And you guys have seen me take a lot of dip buys, lots of dip buys. And this is rare. This rarely happens. Rarely happens. So right now, I'm just gonna have to just kind of take a step back and see exactly what could happen. You know, I have a big position. I mean, it's not terribly big. I mean, it's decent. It's 2,500 shares. And at 30.64, I mean, shoot, support's all the way down at 27.69. 27.69. So, I mean, what's that? That's another $1.50 to the downside. So that's another $3,000 loss. That would put me at like 6 to 7 grand loss, which it's okay, right? It's okay because I've had big losses like that before, but also I've had pretty big wins. And I told you guys I'm going back to the size and the way I used to trade. Bigger losses, bigger risk. I'm okay with it to make bigger profits. Start getting back to those $3,000 days. Well, the first trade I take with pretty big size, right? $3,900 down. So we'll have to see how we can bounce back from this today, guys. But we will bounce back. We will bounce back. It happens. So right now, AMC was halted at 9:38.07. We'll be live at 9:43.07. We have 1:07 to go. So again, P&L's on the screen. No one's perfect. Traders take losses. Traders take big losses at times. It's all mindset. It's mindset. What am I going to do? How am I going to handle the trade? I see support. Am I willing to risk another 3 grand? Am I willing to be down $7,000 on the day? Or do I cut it right when it goes live? Right? Do I cut it right when it goes live? What if it bounces back up, right? What's the best approach? Well, I think the best approach is to take emotions off the table and to be just calm, cool, collective, right? If I take that big of a loss, I take a big loss, right? I'll bounce back. But right now, what do? Let's see it open. Let's see what happens, right? Am I willing to risk 7 grand? I really don't want to, but if I put myself in that position, it's okay because I will bounce back at some point and that loss will not even be a loss. We have support at 27.69. I could average in to bring the cost basis down and look for a bounce on up to get back to break even or possibly profitable. And I think that's what I'm going to do, guys. I think I'm going to hold this and I think I'm going to run with it because again, that was a lot of panic, right? A lot of panic selling. And what are traders doing right now? They're fearful. They're scared. They're selling out of fear. They're panicking right now, right? I'm not going to panic, right? I'm not going to be the trader to panic and just cut it. I'm going to be patient with it. And if I take a big loss, I'm accepting a big loss. But I'm not going to panic like a brand new trader and just sell. I'm going to sit back. I'm going to wait. If I'm wrong and it doesn't bounce on up, so be it. I'm wrong, I take a loss, let's bounce back. But if I can be patient and really just trade the chart and not my P&L, right? Let's assume I have 10 shares, not 2,500 shares. What would I do? I wouldn't even look at the P&L. I'd be down like $10. I'd be looking at the chart, making good decisions. That's what I'm gonna do. And let's see if we can get a nice little bounce back. My cost basis is $30.64. I see support at $27.69. I'm not gonna panic sell. I'm not gonna be fearful. I'm not gonna give in to emotions, right? Let's see what takes place coming on up here, right? If it gives me an opportunity to add, I'll add, but I'm not adding right here because I see support at $27.69. Halt level on AMC right now, guys, is $26.16. So it's got to really dump on off before it even gets halted again to the downside. Yeah, be calm. Like I said, I'm not going to sell. I'm not going to panic, right? As a new trader, what would I do? I'd be looking at my P&L. I'd be like, I'd panic, and I would give into my emotions. My judgment would be clouded. And then 80% of the time, the stock rebounds and bounces back, right? I don't want to get trapped, right? I don't want to get pulled into this, little bull trap here, right? And I would hate to see it rebound and shoot back up. And again, like I said, emotions off the table. I'm not going to give into my emotions. I'm not going to panic sell. I'm going to be patient with it. Again, strong hands right now. Strong hands. And again, I see that support at $27.69, and I guess that would be a level that I would consider averaging into. Again, my cost basis is $30.64. I'm just putting my mindset like this. I have 10 shares, right? I don't have 2,500, I have 10 shares. My loss is like 20 bucks. How would I manage the trade with 10 shares? I would still be patient. That's a pretty big bullish candle. That's a decent little pop on up. Let's see if we get one more attempt into the VWAP, right? Every now and then we get that false break through the 9 EMA, spikes up to the VWAP, and that's where I'm gonna get out of the trade right around break even, just in case it does close back down below the 9 EMA and continue lower. So I already came into this with the mindset of, I'm gonna hold it down to 27.69. That's where I'm gonna average in. So again, if it still dumps on down to 27.69, I may still average in. But if it pops up right now, I'm gonna get out close to break even if I can. And again, my mindset is 10 shares, right? Not looking at my P&L, watching the time and sales, watching the level 2, looking at the chart. That's what you should do. But again, full transparency, P&L's up on the screen. You know exactly how I'm handling this, my approach, my reasonings for still holding the trade. Again, I just don't want to give into my emotions, right? Let my emotions cloud my judgment. I mean, that's what brand new traders are doing. They see this, they're panicking, they're getting out for a big loss, right? Could it be a big loss? Absolutely, it could be. But again, I'm willing to sit here and be patient with it to see if we get a slight bounce on back up. Again, we just dropped from 34.33 all the way down to 28 bucks, pretty much. Decent little bounce on up. It's not continuing to dump on off. It's trying to bounce on up. It's trying to make a little move higher. And I see resistance right at the VWAP. So if we hit the VWAP, I can get out pretty much at break even. Halt level right now to the upside is 30.32. So it's really got to rip to the upside to even, get halted to the upside. Right now it's getting stuck at 30. And I can honestly see it coming down to 27.69. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if we see it down at 27.69. 26.16 is the current halt level on AMC. There were a lot of rug pulls. I mean, that was a pretty nasty drop, right? Nice little run up out of the gate. That was a pretty brutal drop here. And right now, really looking at the technicals, right? Opened on up, nice big rip, massive dump, lower high, rejecting here off the 9 EMA. I think it's going to go lower. Like, it definitely looks from a technical perspective that it could go lower. But what do we know about these meme stocks? They're wild. They can be random at times, right? You see a good short setup, it rips to the long side. You see a good long setup, it dumps to the downside. We know that these meme stocks can be very unpredictable at times, right? Very uncertain on how they're going to move because there's that much attention, that much focus. And I'm not going to take a huge step back and be like I was 5 years ago, to where I'm freaking out, I'm panicking, I'm mad, I'm frustrated, making bad decisions. Again, professional mindset, P&L off the table. I know what I'm allowed to risk. I'm exceeding it a little bit, but it's okay. Right? It's okay. I can bounce back from it. I know I'll bounce back from it. And if I take a big loss, it's okay. I'll take a step back, disconnect, come back, and see where the next best opportunity is and get out of the hole. So right now, again, you can see my hands are off the trigger too, guys. My hands are off the trigger. I'm just watching. I'm just waiting to see if I get an opportunity to maybe average in, bring my cost basis down, and maybe see if we get a little bit of a reversal. But again, right now, no analysis paralysis, right? None at all. I see the technicals. I see what's going on. And right now, it looks like it has a lot more room lower. But what I also notice is volume's decreasing, right? I do notice selling volume is slowly decreasing here on AMC. So if we get a nice big pop from buyers, that could be a sign that buyers are starting to step back in and we could start to see it push to the upside. So that's one thing that I see right now is, yes, massive dump, halted to the downside, but it's not still dumping to the downside. So that's a good sign that it's trying to hold on up. It's trying to find support. It's trying, again, to make a move higher and not just continuing to dump and halt, dump and halt, dump and halt. I do notice decreased selling volume, right? So we did decrease along these pullbacks with volume. We just saw a slight little pop in volume right here. Nothing too crazy, but we did see a decent little pop in volume, right? So I'm still looking at maybe a double bottom. It could crack and fall lower. It's okay. Maybe a double bottom. We have that decreasing volume. We see a slight little pop in buying volume here. And we are about a 46 in the RSI. No big deal there. It's not like we're really oversold where it's just going to get an oversold pop on up, right? But again, decreasing volume, slight pop in volume on that last candle, maybe a little bit of a double bottom. You know, if we can get a close and a break above that 9 EMA, back above 30, I could see the VWAP being touched, right? And the VWAP is my cost basis, and that'll allow me to get out of this trade and maybe turn it into a slightly profitable trade. So right now we're back above 29.60. So I'll look at the RSI on a 1 minute. I look at the RSI on every time frame, just so you know. So every time frame, I look at the RSI, right? 5 minute RSI is going to be more powerful than a 1 minute, right? Just like any setup, you see a 5 minute bull flag, it's going to be more powerful than a 1 minute bull flag. So to answer your question, I do use the RSI on every time frame, right? I start my day on the 1 minute, and then I progressively go up into a 5 minute closer to the end of the day. But I do use the RSI on every time frame. It's one of my most favorite indicators to use. So right now, looking like it could be a little bit of a bear flag, guys. Looking like AMC could be a little bit of a bear flag. Big drop down, followed by a period of consolidation, slightly higher lows, lower highs, getting very tight on decreased volume. This is actually meeting the criteria of a bear flag right now on AMC. So if this one doesn't break above 30 here, and it cracks on down, it's definitely a bear flag, and I wouldn't be surprised if we see AMC at 26.44. Yeah, 26.44, but we do have a really clear bear flag right now at this point in time. I got AMC off, I got GameStop off to the side. I'm still watching GameStop. We're watching AMC right here, and let's see what happens. Let's see what the outcome is. Is it a big, nasty loss? Hey, so be it. I accept it. It is what it is. It happens. Was it avoidable? It was, right? Maybe I could have reduced my size, number one. But again, when I take these dip buy opportunities, I usually take a really large size. So, I mean, I probably would have been this size regardless. It just, the crack and the halt happened so quick, I didn't have enough reaction time to get out, right? The second I got in, it dumped and halted. I'm like, what do I do, right? It's just one of those situations, one of those unforeseen variables that you just can't predict. But when it happens, it happens. And you have to be willing to accept this reality that this may happen at some point in your trading career. But again, it's rare that it happens. When's the last time that something like this has really happened? It's been a very long time, but they do happen, and you have to be willing to accept those types of losses if this ever does happen, guys. But I'd say the last time that I've been caught up in a big, nasty trade like this was probably last year. As far as this big, right? This where I get in and it just did not even attempt to bounce and then straight into a hold. I'm like, all right, that's cool. This reminds me of SENS. When SESN, I think it was halted pending news and it gapped down to 70 cents. You're like, that's just one of those unforeseen variables. Same thing here, that crack and halt, just one of those nasty unforeseen variables. So let's see what's going to take place here on AMC. You got a lot of volume moving in on this last candle. Right off support, if it starts breaking and closing above that 9 EMA, we could see a slight reversal. But again, it's still meeting some of that criteria of being a little bit of a bullish flag, or a bear flag. I do apologize, a bear flag here. Supports right around 27.69. Below 27.69, we do have room to 26.44 here on AMC. I still haven't added my position. I'm not comfortable and confident yet to add to my position because I don't want to add another 2,500 shares and I do indeed get stopped out because that's going to double up my loss. So right now I'm still holding the 2,500. I have no intentions whatsoever to add to it right now at this point in time. I'm still being patient, reading the chart, trying to get a good sense and a good idea of what could be happening coming on up. I would say if we get another strong candle here, we get a nice pop above that 9 EMA, we could see a quick little spike back up towards around the VWAP. But again, I mean, you do have a pretty clear bear flag. But like I said, with these meme stocks, you can see a really clear bearish setup. And you'd be like, oh, all day, this is a short. And then what happens? It rips to the upside. All right, with these meme stocks, they're just a little bit more unpredictable and uncertain. They move pretty weird at times. So again, you got a pretty clear bear flag here. Big drop down, right? Followed by a period of consolidation, putting in lower highs and higher lows on decreased volume, getting very, very tight inside that triangle. It's definitely looking like a bear flag. And if it is, I see it probably crack on down and may get a slight little pop off 27.69, but you do also have potential down to 26.44. So as soon as I exit my trade on AMC, whether it's break even, profitable, or a loss, that's when I just disconnect and I put my focus elsewhere, right? But we're still watching AMC as it has a lot of focus. We're watching GameStop as there's focus and there's attention. You guys could have been all over SXTC, right? With or without me. SXTC broke that 32 cent mark. You do have potential to 46 cents there on SXTC. GFAI isn't really doing anything right now. HYMC cracked 275, nothing happening. Right now, most of the attention team is still with AMC and GameStop. ALLG, that was a good little trade there, breaking over that 23.92 mark. We got a nice spike right over 25, right up to 28.44. But again, right now, if you really look across the board at some of these top gaming stocks, what else is there really to look at? Maybe ALLG, but that trade's already done, right? That trade's already taken place. Is there anything with MULN? Not right now. Is there anything with NEGG? Not right now. KOSS? No. AMC? Not really. GameStop? No. HYMC? No. GFAI? No. SXTC? Yes. This was the trade over 32 cents for the gap fill up to 46. So if we really look across the board right now, there's not too much to look at. And I'm looking at our penny stock gainers and leaders, right? Gainers and losers. Every stock that we just looked at is on the leaderboard. ALLG was the stock that was halted, right? And we called that one out. That was my favorite back burner sleeper play of the day. And right now, it's safe to say that 80% of the volume is still here with AMC and GameStop. So at what point do I switch my stock on up? If we see another stock really ripping and running and getting some action, that's when I switch my focus from, say, one of these meme stocks to that stock that has the next best potential. But right now, there's really not a lot ripping and running and popping on off. I would still safely say that 70 to 80% of the focus and the attention right now is going to be with AMC and GameStop because nothing else is really taken on off, right? SXTC, this one is, right? This one is, but your trade was at 32 cents. So there's not a lot you can do right now at this point in time. GFAI, it's not setting up, right? HYMC is not setting up right now. Nothing with KOSS, NEGG, MULN. The trade's already happened with ALLG. And right now, not too much happening with DATS. So Riot's down a little bit. MARA is down a little bit today. The only crypto-related stocks that you really have doing anything is BTCM. It's up 2%, so nothing crazy there. All of your pot-related stocks are currently in the red as well. So you got ALLG up 11%, SXTC up 100%, GFAI still up 23%, HYMC still up 8% right now at this point in time. But again, we need to see these really set on up for us. And right now, there's really nothing happening with any of these stocks. So we're watching AMC, GameStop, until we see another stock really get that focus and really get that the attention, right? Maybe it pops up on the breakout scanner. Maybe we see that stock pop on up on our hide the day momentum scanner. But right now, there's really not a ton of activity anywhere else. So every time it dips below 28.28, it pops right back up. So every time it dips below, it pops. Comes down to support, it pops. Support, it pops. Support, it pops. It's really finding some decent support down here, right around 28.40. So let's see if we can get some buyers to step on in for a nice big little rebound. AMC is easy to short. There could be a lot of shorts in AMC right now. And the second we start popping on up, if we start popping on up, maybe we get a little bit of a intraday squeeze, maybe start squeezing some of these shorts out that could be in this, that we're riding that short on down on AMC. It is easy to short on Fidelity. Is it easy to short here on TD? It's not. But again, Fidelity, you can short it. Lightspeed, a lot of other brokers, you can short AMC as well. So like me personally, I was going to short AMC at the 200 SMA. Right? I wanted to short it at the 200 SMA, so I can only imagine how many traders maybe were shorting the stock at high a day for the dump, and maybe there's still some shorts in this. And if it ever even attempts a bounce on back up, maybe you start seeing these shorts become underwater. Maybe they're feeling the pressure. Maybe they start closing out their position, which can contribute to a nice little move to the upside. Again, I'm just thinking what could happen. So if we see a nice bounce at this 27.69, that may be a level that I think about adding to my position. But again, right now, I'm really not liking it, guys, and I'm taking a big loss. I'm probably going to have to cut this, guys. I'm definitely going to have to cut this. I mean, GameStop is dumping right now. GameStop is absolutely dumping. AMC, I mean, it's sitting at support, but I'm still not yet confident to buy this dip. Absolutely not. I do not want to add any more because if I add to this, I'm risking another $1.50 on 2,500 shares. I'm not going to lose another 2,500 bucks. So again, 27.69 was that level of support that I wanted to keep on watch to see if we get a nice strong bounce. And if it's a nice strong bounce, we could see that follow through and maybe we get some action. But right now, it's cutting it really, really close. You know, the next decent level of support's 26.44, but I don't know if I want to ride it all the way down to 26.44. So I may start recycling, right? If you guys don't know the verbiage, recycling, it's where you cut half your position and then re-add to bring your cost basis down, right? If it continues to move lower and you're convicted, you cut half your position and you re-add at that price. It's called recycling your position, but at the same time, I don't want to recycle and see this come down to 23 bucks today, because then I'm just, yeah. So I'm probably gonna have to get out of this, guys. It's getting to the point in time that I'm like, you know what? I think I've been in this just a little too long. I've been a little too patient with it. You know, I'm gonna go ahead and just accept a big old loss here, bite the bullet, and we're gonna bounce back today, guys. We're gonna bounce back. All right, Josh got out. Everyone in. Langston is like, all right, Josh is out. Get in. It's going to start ripping. Nice. Chris nailed ALLG and GameStop. I'm going to call it a day. Good luck. We got 1,600 bucks. Nice. Overall P&L. Nice, man. That's a good little trade there. Nice stuff. We got Spaz over here locking in 300 bucks on the day. Good job, Spaz. Yo, right now for the month, I was creeping up to 10 grand on the month. I was getting very close to hitting 10 grand on the month. And I already kind of had an idea that if I start to scale up halfway through the month and I start taking bigger losses, knowing me, I start getting back to the point where I'm breaking even on the month. But I already knew that coming into it. When I talked to you guys a week or two ago about I'm going back to my size. I'm going back to the way I used to trade, right? Which means bigger sizing, bigger losses, but bigger profits. I already had an idea coming into it that maybe a trade or two would actually wipe out my profits, all those little base hits for the month, and then I'd bounce back at the end of the month. And right now, I'm actually getting back all of my monthly profits right now. But I already had that in the back of my mind, and I thought that was gonna happen. Scaling up middle of the month versus waiting until April to actually start fresh. So we still got 3 days to go. We have today, tomorrow, and Thursday. And here's what I am gonna do here. Here's what I am gonna do. I mean, I'm gonna have to get it, but I'm gonna go ahead and add. I can't add here. No, I can't add. I'm not going to. I'm gonna cut it. I'm gonna get out. I'm gonna take it. Ah, that's a big one. Woo! Now wait for the excitement, guys. Wait for the excitement. Watch for the bounce back. That's what gets exciting. Like this right now, it's like, man, that's brutal. That's brutal. Yeah, it's not good, right? But watch the bounce back. That's gonna be exciting. Me making 10 grand back in 3 days. Oh, here we go. Challenge accepted, baby. Challenge accepted. 10 grand in 3 days. I love a good challenge. Let's go. So I am getting ready to just close this. I mean, the only reason I'm still even, I'm in it because I said 26.44. That was a big level yesterday. Very strong level yesterday. That's where we really started the breakout. I'm just watching it above this level. And if it rebounds off this level, so be it. If not, I'm out. Like, I'm out. I'll make it up, guys. I bounce back. My best bounce back day was 6 grand. I was down on one trade, I think a little over 6. I'm gonna bounce back to be up 2 grand on the day. So that was actually like an $8,000 bounce back. So I bounced back, you know, from -6, 7, and I closed up 2 grand plus on the day. So it can happen, but again, I'm not going to force that, right? I'm not gonna come out here and just force trades to do that. It has to be a killer setup, and I'll take it. And let's see if we get a bounce back. If not today, we have Wednesday and we have Thursday. But my finger is on the trigger because I am getting to the point where I'm going to need to start possibly. Why did it only fill me on? Okay, that was weird. I'm trying to put limit orders in, and I accidentally fat fingered and I got out on a partial fill. I was like, why did that happen? So I was trying to set some stops under 26.44, but my dumb butt didn't switch my type order. So we're still in, and we got a long way to go. But I was gonna put stops under low a day. So if we put in a new low a day, probably like 26.33, that's where I'm stopping out. Right underneath that 26.44. If that's a low and that's a bounce back, so be it. But again, we're pretty wishful thinking right now, aren't we? Yeah, SXTC was a good trade. It hit target, guys. SXTC hit your target. That was a great gap fill trade. GFAI just dumped on off. So did HYMC. A lot of these stocks that were doing pretty good really started dumping on off. So again, that prior level of support before we cracked on down even lower was 28.27. So if we bounce here off this 26.44, you'll probably see it come back to 28.27. And then let's see if it sets up for a reversal. Maybe we get a double bottom, maybe a higher low, followed by a higher high. If we ever do see a crack, or not a crack, but a re-break and a re-hold, I would say of 28.27. That could signal a fresh long entry for you guys, right? If we get a nice little reversal formation, we follow through with a break and a retest of, say, 28.27, that could confirm an entry back up to 30 here on AMC. But again, it's getting really close to the point where I just kind of want to walk away from it. So right now, again, SXTC, that trade was the trade when it ever started breaking above that 32. So you see how we broke above that 32 and we retested and we grinded the 9 EMA all the way up. You could have rode that all the way to target, guys. So again, SXTC was a nice little trade. It was a top gaining stock. And it was a stock that was on, you know, one of our top 3 on the watch list for the gap fill. And within the first 30 minutes, you got your gap fill. GFAI, still nothing. HYMC, still moving lower. GameStop, trying to bounce back a little bit, but nothing too crazy. Still not convinced. AMC, trying to bounce back, but again, nothing crazy. Not convinced. I'm definitely leaning towards getting stopped out. KOSS, nothing. NEGG, nothing. MULN, nothing. The trade already took place on ALLG when it broke that 23.92. And DATS, not too much. IGMS, what's IGMS doing right now? Not really doing all that much. We'll keep it on watch. I mean, this is up on earnings, so we'll keep it on watch and see if we can break and hold the VWAP. If so, maybe there's some opportunity there. Looks like PIK may be moving up a little bit. Yeah, PIK starting to get a little bit of action, guys. So PIK has room to 575. So if you guys are watching PIK, 575 with support at 514. So right now, again, AMC, GameStop, really the only 2 stocks that we are watching to see if we do start the setup for a possible reversal. We're still watching GFAI here. I would say back above 156. That's where we could start to see some action. We are starting to build up a little bit here, but I would say that 156 level needs to be rebroken and held above before we even think about getting long on GFAI. HYMC cracked 240 down the 220. It's trying to get back above 240 here, so we'll still keep it on watch. But right now, no fresh entry, no reason to get involved with HYMC at this point in time. No reason to be touching ALLG. No reason to be touching MULN. And no reason to be touching really anything at this point in time, right? We're still looking to see if AMC sets up for a possible fresh trade that we can alert and we can call out with some education behind it and get you guys a quick win. And then we're kind of looking at GameStop as well, but again, AMC is kind of leading, right? AMC broke, then AMC broke and ripped, and then GameStop followed. So again, if we see AMC set up for the reversal and AMC starts breaking and moving on up, that's when we would see GameStop possibly start moving on up in sympathy as well. But again, right out of the gate, it looked like GameStop was following AMC. So IGMS needed to break that VWAP. So here we go. So breaking the VWAP on high volume, look for your retest, right? If you get a nice little pullback and you retest that VWAP as support and you stay above your 9 EMA, right around 2120, you could see the next leg up towards around 2244, and then maybe back up towards around high a day of 2337 on IGMS. So again, you want to see that nice retest of the VWAP and that 9 EMA, get a nice little rebound, nice little follow through up to 2244, and then possibly back up to high a day of 2332. So I still think AMC is going to move lower, right? So don't get distracted that it's moving on up, right? Oh my gosh, it's back at $28. We're going to make our money back. No. You got a downtrend on the stock, guys. You're still below 28.27. Prior support, new resistance, right? You're still below the downtrend. So you're right at resistance, right? So again, don't get too caught up in the small little price movements. That's what a lot of traders do. Traders that are in a position like me, every little small uptick, right? That's all they focus on. They lose sight of the bigger picture. They lose sight that you're in a downtrend, right? You are underneath resistance, right? You're bearish. But what they notice is every small little green candle, every small little volume pop, that's all they focus on. And they get so committed to that. And that's all they focus on. But they lose sight of the big picture, that you're right at resistance. You're right at the downtrend. So don't have analysis paralysis, right? Continue to take a step back and look at the bigger picture. We're right at the downtrend. We're right at that prior level of support, new resistance. What did I say? Breaking back above and holding above 28.27, we could start to see a nice reversal play on out. So we did have a bounce at 26.44. We had a higher low, and we're trying to reverse. We haven't seen a full-blown reversal yet, but we're trying to reverse here on AMC. But again, I'm still not in a position to be adding. I'm not in a position to be like, oh, we're in the green, we're safe, right? We're not safe. We're still right under resistance, and we still need a little bit more data to get a good idea. Should we add? Or are we looking for a reversal? Should we make a fresh entry, whatever that case is? So again, right now we got a small little bounce on up, right? A little bit. I would expect to see it pull back down a little bit and then follow through with a possible reversal. So I don't expect to see it break and rip here. I'd expect to see it back down maybe around 27, right? Close to that low, maybe giving us a bigger double bottom, higher low, continuing to build on up here, but I don't think we're ready yet for any kind of fresh entries. If you guys are waiting for an entry on AMC, I don't think it's right now right here. But if we do break above 28.37, pull back and retest, then yes, that could be a nice little reversal trade for the next leg up. But right now at this point in time, I wouldn't touch it. I would expect to see it come back down maybe closer to around 27. So PIK right up to that 575. Your next target on PIK is going to be 619, right? So your next target is 619 on PIK. Over 619, 685 on PIK. I would say, you know, you had good support down at 514. But again, you're in a nice little uptrend. You got a nice little high, nice little low, higher low. It's grinding that 9 EMA. We have some decent volume on PIK, really grinding that 9 EMA on up. So, I mean, you could see that quick pullback into that prior spiking high of 554, right into this 9 EMA, and a follow through. These are momentum trades. That would be a momentum trade. You're looking to nail it to the penny. And if it's a momentum trade and it's going to follow through, it needs to break into a new high a day right now up to your 619. So you're looking for those quick pullbacks, those quick retests, right? You get an entry, you're looking for the follow through. If you don't get a follow through, you cut it really, really quick. Momentum trades are riskier, but when you have good, strong momentum, you continue to see those follow throughs and it'll just grind and push, grind and push. So again, you got that pullback into the 9 EMA off that prior spiking high right around 554. You're currently up about 20 cents a share, and you want to see a follow through in just a clean, strong break over 583 to 6 and then 619. If you drop below 550, that's an area that I would be getting out of PIK, right? But you got your quick follow through, lock in profits as it spikes, right? That's what you should be doing, is locking in profits as it's popping on up, right? You have some nice momentum. You got the follow through. But again, we know that stocks can turn on over just as quick as they rip on up. So always put yourself in a position to lock in profits when you have them. But again, 6 and then 619 on PIK. 619 is a pretty tough level, right? But over 619, you could see it up at 685 on PIK. And one thing I want to point out, if you look at GameStop, I can't put a lot of focus on it, but it's something to be mindful of, is GameStop has a little bit of a 9 EMA VWAP squeeze. But here's the thing, it's on a 1 minute time frame, right? They're not as valid. You don't see them play out as consistently, right? But it's something to be mindful of, is you do have GameStop grinding that 9 EMA, curling on up close to the VWAP, VWAP as resistance. If we start to see GameStop breaking above that VWAP and the 9 EMA crosses above, you could see a 9 EMA VWAP squeeze and a follow through. But again, you have to be mindful that you don't really see these play on out consistently on 1 minute time frames. Not saying they can't play out. I'm just saying you don't normally see them play out like that consistently. All right, guys? So it's just something to be mindful of. If GameStop gets that break and that squeeze, let's see if AMC can follow through with a nice little break and squeeze as well. So we are popping above that 28.37 on AMC. You do have the 9 EMA trying to hold this on up as support. And I would say that your VWAP is going to be that next level of resistance, right around 29.46. So I'm watching GameStop off to the side. I would say if GameStop starts becoming explosive and it starts moving again, maybe we can get AMC to start moving again as well. Vic saying, love your style, not shook at all, no emotions, you demand. I'm not shaken up one bit. As I was in the hole, I got my mind right. What was I doing? Worst case scenario, how much do I lose? Am I okay with that? Can I bounce back? Right? Was it a bad trade? It wasn't a bad trade. It was just a trade that went south, right? What could I have done differently? Maybe reduced my size, but let's be honest. Dip buys, I take big size. So realistically speaking, I probably would have never switched up my size. I liked the dip buy. It was meeting the criteria to be a dip buy. It just happened so quick, so fast. There's nothing I could have done about it, right? It was either A, right, not take the trade at all, but I love dip buys, or B, that was just the situation that I fell into. So again, it's one of those really unfortunate things that happen in the market, right? Every now and then you find yourself in a really sticky situation. You try to not put yourself in sticky situations and avoid them. But again, if you're in the market and you are trading, it's inevitable, at least in some point in your trading career, you're going to find yourself in a sticky situation, right? That's just the market, and you have to be mindful and be okay with accepting that reality of, you know, over my career of trading, this could happen 1 or 2 times, right? I don't want it to happen. I'm going to prevent it from happening, right? But if it does, that's just a risk that I guess I'm willing to take. You know, I want to be a day trader. I want to trade the stock market. Right? It's not always going to be perfect, full of rainbows and unicorns. Every now and then, I may get completely burnt, right? Look at some of the most professional traders in the world, right? Every now and then, they get burned 50 grand, 100 grand, $500,000, but they realize, you know what? It happens. I'm going to bounce back and I'm going to recover from it because I am consistent. I am successful. I have the right mindset. I don't give into my emotions. I'm calm, cool, collected. I get stopped out, I get stopped out. If it's a big loss, so be it's a big loss. Let's bounce back from it. And again, this is bigger than what you normally see. Last year, we've seen a lot of big losses like this. But again, I took a step back in September, October, and started to rescale into size. And I just recently, over the last 30 to 45 days, started getting more aggressive. And when I'm more aggressive, I take on more risk. Because when I take on more risk, I put myself in the position to take more profits from the market. And I told you, hey, it's what I want to do. I'm ready to scale back up. I want to scale back up. I want those big time $1,000 plus days. And so today, just one of those icky situations. But again, emotions off the table, hand off the trigger, not looking at my P&L, looking at the chart, trying to get a sense of direction. If I just blatantly don't like it, I don't like it. I get out. But if it does continue to try to build on up, maybe I can continue to be patient with it and see if we do slowly start grinding and see if we do go green on the day. Maybe we do. There's still a lot of hype and a lot of attention with these stocks. Now, what does it look like on a 5-minute? That's something to be mindful of. The 5-minute looks like duty. I'm gonna be honest with you. 5-minute time frame looks like crap. 5-minute time frame on GameStop doesn't look all that great either. I mean, we're right below the 90 EMA, right below the 90 EMA in the VWAP on GameStop on the 5. So the 5-minute not looking all that great. The 1-minute's, don't get me wrong, the 1-minute's not looking fantastic either. But I'm just kind of keeping this 2837 level on watch. Right? We had a lot of support there. A lot of support before it cracked on down, right at 2837. So if we ever do break and hold above that level, that's when we could see a nice little follow through and a nice little bounce back up. So I'm really just watching this 2837 to see what takes place around this level, maybe over the next 5-10 minutes before I start making a decision. Do I go ahead and cut it? Do I continue to hold just a little bit longer? No stop loss would have saved me from a loss like this, guys. Honestly, the dip buy, I never had a chance to put a stop in. This literally dumped in 2 seconds. I got in and it was halted 2 seconds later. I tried getting out, but again, the stock was halting and my order did not go through. So again, there was literally nothing I could have done here. The only way you may have been safe is if you were using like a bracket order, right? Maybe a bracket order to where when you sent your buy order, it automatically placed your stop for you, but I don't do that. I don't use brackets or anything like that. But the fact that happened so quick and so fast, literally the only thing that could have avoided that loss that I'm currently in is just not taking the trade whatsoever. A stop loss, you probably would have been passed on up. Because I mean, it happened so darn quick, so fast. All right, so as we're just kind of sitting back and waiting, SXTC, looking to see if this stock ever resets back up. What we can go ahead and do is mark up 35-cent support, right around 35, 36 cents. And then go ahead and grab yourself a beautiful little downtrend here, guys. And take that downtrend and run it on down. And let's see if SXTC ever sets up for a boom, boom, bang, right? If we pull on back to that 35-cent support and we bounce into the trend line, form a double bottom, and we start to break this downtrend, I would look to take this long back up towards around high of day. So SXTC on high watch for the possible boom, boom, bang. HYMC, still not enough to go off of right now. Did you hear Elon Musk is teasing an open source social media platform which incorporates Dogecoin? I did hear that. Someone made a comment. You should think about a social media app. He goes, you know what? I'm definitely thinking about it. So I did see that yesterday. And like Movie said, the bracket order wouldn't work on TOS when it drops that fast, right? And you guys know I'm fast with getting in and out of my trades. It happened that quick. There was just nothing I could have done about it. The only way to avoid this loss, right, would have been to not take the trade whatsoever, but I love dip buys, right? It's rare that I get a big nasty dump. It's rare that this happens. It's rare that I take a dip buy and it gets stuck into a hole. It's rare. It rarely happens. 80% of the time, the stock bounces, I lock in some good profits, right? 20% of the time, it cracks and I get out for a small loss. But this happens so quick, so fast, there was just nothing I could have done. And again, it is what it is, right? I know I keep saying that like I'm just brushing it off. I am brushing it off because there's nothing I can do about it, right? The trade's already taken place. I'm already in. I'm already down. I can't do anything about it. The only thing I can do is continue to manage the trade, right? Not look at my P&L, not get so focused on, having analysis paralysis, but really just look at the big picture, manage the trade, try and get back to break even, try to take it into a profitable trade, try to reduce my loss, accept the loss that I could take if I go ahead and stop out, and move on, right? And just move on. That's all I can do at this point in time. I can't control what's already happened in the past. The past is the past. It's already happened. Again, all I can do is what I just said, and that's all I've been doing, and that's all I'm going to do. I've been in this trade for what, like an hour? It's crazy. So it's really struggling at this 28.37. If GameStop starts dumping on off, AMC, I'll probably cut it below 27.75. I'm not going to ride it back down to 26.44. I'm probably going to go ahead and cut it if we drop below, I'd say 27.50. I'll salvage $2,400. Instead of riding all the way back down the low a day and it possibly cracking lower, I would say if we crack below that 27.50 level, I'm going to give it a little bit of breathing room, quite a bit of breathing room. But if it cracks and dumps, it's most likely coming back down to 26.44 anyway. So if I cut it at 27.50 versus holding it all the way down to 26.40, I am going to salvage $2,400. So that's what my plan is, right? I would say 27.50 is where I'm getting out. If it breaks and it starts ripping above this 28.37, so be it. Maybe we can get back into the green, but right now, set in stone, that's my plan. Is if it starts selling on off again, starts dumping and cracking, 27.50, I'm out because I see it coming back down the low a day, possibly cracking, even coming down to around 25 bucks. I am not holding this trade down to 25 bucks. Absolutely not. I don't even want to hold it back down to 26.44. So I would say 27.50, I'm out. And then if it sets back up, I could re-enter, right? I could re-enter the trade if I need to. So I see a little bit of support right there at 27.75, right? We had that prior high before we reversed. So here was a reversal, right? Lower low, lower high, lower low, lower high. We were reversing, downtrending, lower low, lower highs. We put in a slightly higher high, higher low, followed by a higher high. So right here at this point in time signaled a short-term reversal, right? And you can see that high was held as support right around 27.80, 27.75 to 27.80. My stops are right below that level, right? We're still technically building some higher lows. We're also putting in some lower highs. We are kind of getting tight, tight, tight right around that level of resistance. So is it going to consolidate and break resistance, or is it going to just reject off resistance and dump on down? Only time will tell. So again, below 27.75, I'm going to start clicking that sell button. And here comes a stop out. There it is. Yep, here comes the stop. I said 27.50. We're at 27.80. Come on. No distractions. No distractions. So I got like a whopping 20 cents of breathing room, guys. 20 cents. It's cutting it close. There's 27.65. Oh, it's getting there. All right, here's what I'm going to do. I'm just going to put a stop in. I'm just going to go stop. And I'm just going to let it do its thing, and I'm going to take my attention away from it. I'm getting sick of looking at it. 2,400 shares. Let's go stop at 27.49 sell. All right, 27.49 stops in right below 27.50. If I get stopped out, I get stopped out. We're going to move on to something else. I like the potential boom, boom, bang we have coming on up. All right, so I am liking the potential break of the downtrend we have coming on up here on SXTC. So again, coming to the third point of the downtrend. We want to see it get rejected, put in a slightly higher low or a double bottom right at or near a level of support. And we want to see a nice little break of the downtrend and a nice little follow through. So that's what I would be looking at here on SXTC, guys. So XXTC, nice little gap fill trade over 32 cents, right up to our 46 cent level. Since then, we've been downtrending. So when we look for boom, boom, bangs, what are we looking for? A stock that's been in an initial uptrend out of the gate, hitting high a day, which we see that here on SXTC. Then it starts downtrending into a level of support with a nice little downtrend. We have a potential boom, boom, bang, nice little A+ downtrend break strategy possibly presenting itself. So again, right around 37 cent support. As long as we don't put in a lower low and we find a double bottom or a higher low, what we're looking for is a break back above that 9 EMA, a break back above that VWAP, and a break of that downtrend. Entries would put you right around 39 cents. All right, so you're looking at a 39-cent entry, give or take. Stops would be at 36 cents. You're risking 3 cents on this trade. First target is 43 cents. Next target is 47 cents on SXTC. So it's a really nice 2-to-1 setup, guys. Very nice 2-to-1 setup. You'd be risking 3 cents to make 4 cents into your first target. And then your second target, you're looking to make about 7 to 8 cents. So, and we do have potential back to high a day. So high watch SXTC for the possible boom, boom, bang coming on up. Here comes a stop loss at AMC. You're getting ready to see that position get closed out. You're getting really, really close down here, AMC. You're getting really close to that stop out. I mean, it's a whopping 20 cents away. I mean, I smell a stop loss. I smell it. Feels good. No, I got a hard stop in the system, guys. Right below that 27.50 mark. So we know what's going on with SXTC. GFAI, big double bottom, guys. Big double bottom on GFAI. And what you're also starting to see is a potential break of this downtrend. So you got a nice double bottom, looking for the break of the downtrend. Maybe that starts to bring some good volume back on in to GFAI. But right now, I still think it's a little too early to be looking for a fresh entry. But let's definitely keep GFAI on high watch coming on up, guys. HYMC is just a little slow and steady, right? A little too slow, a little too steady at this point in time. ALLG, I don't trust it, guys. It already made that big, massive move to the upside out of the gate. Already hit target and exceeded target on ALLG. And we've just lost literally all of the volume on ALLG. There's like literally no volume on the stock. There's a stop out. Oh, am I getting stopped? It's so close. Oh, I got like 5 cents away from getting stopped out. Like, is it gonna bounce and pop, or is it just gonna stop me out? Make up your mind, AMC. Like, give me my buying power back. Give me my buying power back. So if I see another trade, I can take it. Like, literally, my buying power is pretty much tied up right now. So just make a decision. Stop me out or get me back to break even or go green. I don't care. Just give me my buying power back. So if we see another good trade, I can take it. And here's the other thing with ALLG that I notice is we are starting to dip below this multi-day uptrend on ALLG. So we had that Friday trend line, respected on Monday, respected in pre-market, big time rip. What do you notice right now? It's really struggling to hold this trend line on ALLG. There's my stop out. Okay, we're done. That's it. Done. Woo! We can move on. ALLG, again, it's just taking a little heat, right? Taking a little heat around this trend line with little to no volume at this point in time. So not too crazy about ALLG. I think that move, again, it's just really already taken place. It's done. Probably starting to really see it pull back now. I would say back down to 1777 would be a decent level that I would think that we could see it pull back to. Yeah, IGMS was nice, guys. It broke and retested the VWAP, right? Broke, retested the VWAP, and you had your little cross of the 90 EMA in the 1 minute, and you just continued higher since, smashing every target. So you've had IGMS on high watch. You guys absolutely probably destroyed it there. I know you guys were watching SXTC initially out of the gate. Maybe some of you guys are currently long on SXTC now for the break of the downtrend. We had volume move in and confirm as well. Again, I couldn't take that trade. My capital was tied up. Couldn't take that trade on IGMS. My capital was tied up. But now, I'm good to go. Watch AMC start ripping now. Wouldn't that be funny? Wouldn't that be funny if AMC just straight up? I'd be like, all right, I'm walking out for the day. So let's take a look at IGMS. IGMS still doesn't look bad whatsoever. Nice little momentum play, right? Nice little pop, pull back to the 90 EMA, nice little higher low, looking to curl. This is a very nice looking momentum play right now on IGMS. I wouldn't be surprised if we see this blast on through 2540 and starting to rip up towards around, I mean, that's a good amount of resistance. That is pretty good resistance, but I would say you could probably get up towards around 27 next on IGMS. Again, I would say you'd probably get up towards around that $27 level on IGMS. I'm gonna go ahead and get that P&L box out of the way, guys, so you can see the scanners. As long as we hold this 9 EMA and we continue to grind these higher lows, a high day break, I would think we could see a nice little $1.50 pop to the upside there on IGMS. So right now, IGMS is on high watch, as again, it's really grinding this 9 EMA. It's very strong to the upside. And we do have a decent little momentum trade. Again, just pulling back off a higher low into the 9 EMA. It's kind of forming a little bit of an ascending triangle breakout as well. All right, you guys see it? Higher lows, flat resistance, and that 9 EMA holding the stock up as support. So if it cracks below this 9 EMA, probably going to start dumping on down here, guys. All right, but if we hold the 9 EMA, we start pushing back above 25, that could be a short-term ascending triangle breakout, and you could see a follow-through up to 27, but right now, starting to dip below that 9 EMA just a little bit. But let's go ahead and focus on IGMS right now at this point in time, as we could start to really see this thing set on up for us. Sorry, my monitors are usually nice and tight, and it's messing with my OCD right now. There we go. Beautiful. Haha. We are good to go. Got a decent little trend line on IGMS. I mean, you got a decent little trend line. I guess you could say support be right off that lower shadow right there, right around like 2367 off that lower shadow. As long as we don't crack below 2367, we still have these higher lows with this slight uptrend, and it still has a lot of volume today, a lot of attention, a lot of activity. And it doesn't look like it's dying on off. As long as this higher low holds, we can still see a nice little ascending triangle breakout formation here on IGMS. So we're definitely watching IGMS right now at this point in time, guys. About 7 seconds left on this candle. Nice little pop in volume. Decent little pop in volume there. Still hasn't quite made it to the penny to that trend line, but it's trying to find that higher low. And you can kind of see it's trying to get that action for a nice little break over high a day, probably up into that next level of resistance. Anywhere between 2650 and 27 would be that level of resistance here on IGMS. Still looking at AMC off to the side. I am looking at it, seeing if it ever starts to bounce on back up and probably reverse. I mean, it did hold a little bit of a higher low there off the that 2750 on the 5-minute, but still not convinced that it's ready for a full-blown reversal at this point in time. Tilleray moving on up, TLRY. Yeah, it's up 4% on the day. So right now you're starting to see a little bit of action with some of those cannabis-related stocks. Little bit of action with some of those cannabis-related stocks, guys. So Tilleray's up about 3.8%. You got ACB as well. Currently up about 5%. KERN team, KERN, currently up about 6.15%. On KERN. So you do have some of those cannabis stocks moving. You do have some crypto related stocks moving as well. The number one leader right now with some of those crypto related stocks is DNN. DNN's currently up about 5% at this point in time. But looking across the board, while AMC and GameStop try and figure themselves out, you still have IGMS with 2367 support. Possible support right off that trend line as well. And right now, it kind of looks like it's flagging a little bit, doesn't it? Right? You got that nice little pop on up here on IGMS. Nice little pop on up. Followed by this period of consolidation. Still forming a slightly higher low, but we do have these lower highs getting very, very nice and tight right into this trend line. So if you see the trend line touched, we don't crack out of this flag formation and dump on off, and we get a nice little pop here, that could get the bull flag going. Right? Nice little bounce off the trend line. I would say back above 2470. That's maybe where we could start to see that bull flag take place. But right now, it's a little 50-50 with the price action. A little 50-50. Right at the trend line, we're not seeing it jump. Right? Down to the trend line, you want to see it pop a little bit. You want to see it jump a little bit. And right now, we're not really seeing that pop and that jump right off that trend line. So right now, definitely looking a little 50-50. This point in time, but technically speaking, support still at 2367. Top resistance, 25.40. And like I said, look at some of those daily lows, maybe up towards around $26.50 to $27 resistance on IGMS. So you want to see a little bit more volume on that candle. So you're starting to see a little bit of a bounce, right? About a 50-ish cent bounce, nothing crazy. You got a pretty big seller over 24.50. You got about a 10,000 share seller right around 24.60. And you got a decent pop in volume, but you really want to see that volume moving on in, right? You really want to see some good volume. That was a little pop, but nothing too crazy to really bring in that activity and that focus and that interest with IGMS. But I still want to keep it on watch because we're right at the trend line. And we are still kind of flagging, right? We're getting very, very tight inside this consolidation. And I'm just looking to see if it ever does start popping and breaking out of consolidation to the upside. If so, we may have a nice little potential break up to 25.40 and maybe a follow through for a new high a day. So I'm still watching it because there is a potential setup forming on IGMS. And if it does set up and it's validated, we may have a nice little trade coming on up, but right now I'm still a little 50-50, but it's worth watching. It just needs a pop in volume. Over 24.70 is what I said. 24.70, we just got to see some volume right here off support, and if we see that, we could see the follow through. But it's just struggling a little bit, and the price action is really not all that beautiful. Right now, may start cracking on down here a little bit. Let's go ahead and take our attention elsewhere. SXTC was a very, very weak break of the downtrend. So if you guys were in that, manage the trade properly. Stops are still right around 36.5, right underneath that low. You really want to see some volume move in and really start to see that pop on up. But right now, it's just stalled a little bit. Just stalling out. GFAI, weak break of the downtrend as well. HYMC, not a lot going on. GME, back in that little squeeze formation, right? Looking like it wants to try and get a re-break of the VWAP. You got AMC back up towards around 28.80 at this point in time. You can see that AMC right to the penny. Look at that. Like, I got stopped out at 27.50 and then it bounced right off that level. Like, literally, I stopped out and then since then it hasn't even looked back. That's funny. But back over to, I would say, IGMS right now at this point in time until AMC really sets up and really gives us an indication that it may follow through. So just look for IGMS to break out of consolidation to the upside, right? So IGMS, if you guys are looking at this, you have 23.67 support. All you're looking for is a break of the downtrend, which is a break out of this consolidation. It's still technically kind of flagging here a little bit. And that could get it going right back up to high a day. That's going to be 25.40. And then anything over 25.40, you do have potential to 26.50 and then 27. We just need to see probably 200,000 to 300,000 shares in a single candle move in. That's going to really tell us that, hey, there's some volume, right? There's some volume, there's some activity. Let's see if we can get it going with IGMS. So we really want to start to see that volume increase. I'd say 200,000 to 300,000 shares like we had before on some of these candles. AMC at 28.91, retesting that VWAP for the first time. So you probably expect to see AMC maybe get rejected off that VWAP, pull back, and then possibly follow through with a breakout. But again, the first attempt in the VWAP, typically those first attempts get rejected and they fail and they pull back a little bit. So don't be looking to buy the break over the VWAP on AMC on the first attempt, as again, statistically, right, for the most part, 80% of the time, you see that initial rejection, a higher low, and then the break, and then the follow through. So don't buy the first attempt at a VWAP break on AMC if you guys are still watching AMC. SXTC really needs to get a nice clean break above 40 cents, and then you're good to go to 43, and then back up towards around that 46, 47 level on SXTC. I mean, it was a very weak break of the downtrend, but it didn't dump on off. It's still trying to hold on up. It's still trying to get a little bit of action here. So definitely keep SXTC on watch for that break over 40. You want to see that volume move in, and you could see a nice little pop on up to about 43 and then 46 to 47 cents. How's IGMS looking? Is IGMS still trying to hold on up here? I'm still like a little 50-50 with it. Let's go ahead and run a trend line off these lows. And if this is a true bull flag, it should continue to consolidate and get tight, 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 tight. Maybe put you around 11 o'clock, maybe slightly after 11 if we continue to consolidate like this and hold these higher lows and lower highs. I would say maybe right around 11 to 11:02, 11:03 would be that point in time where you would maybe start to see the bull flag play on out on IGMS. But again, if it does crack those higher lows, we come back down to 23.67 like that, probably not going to see too much happen. Unless it's a strong bounce and a strong follow through, that's the only thing. But right now, it's starting to crack that slide up trend out of that bull flag. Right now, not really looking all that bad, not looking all the greatest. Everybody's congrats. What's up? No more trading for me today. Up 360. March is my best month so far. Going green every day. Ow, that's awesome. This was also my first month trading full time. That's awesome, dude. Don't work anymore. I want to thank Josh for showing me the right way to go about trading, recommending books to change my life, talks about keeping emotions in check, stock trading, literally changing my life in every aspect. Spaz! Awesome work, dude. Congratulations. Trading full time, green every day, first full month trading. Since this is your full-time job and you've been locking in consistent profits, man. Awesome job. Congratulations. Way to go. I love it, dude. I absolutely love it. Congratulations, man. Keep up the amazing work. Keep locking in those great profits and keep making it happen, buddy. You got it. That's awesome. So AMC is trying to get a little bit of that 5-minute 9 EMA VWAP squeeze formation. So what do we normally see? We see that little attempt into the VWAP, right? We get rejected. We pull back, form a higher low off the 9 EMA, and then we see the follow through, and then we see the squeeze. So we may start to see a little bit of that squeeze formation playing on out here on AMC. So definitely still need to keep the stock on high watch to see if we ever set up for a 9 EMA VWAP squeeze formation here on AMC. So that would be coming on up probably the next maybe 10 to 20 minutes. And then IGMS is still kind of fighting for it. IGMS is still fighting for it. So we're still watching this one here to see if we get a possible little flag formation. We came down to the penny, 23.61. And what took place is we closed right back above that trend line. And we're still technically holding higher lows, right? So I know we dipped down to the penny, 23.61. Nice strong rebound, nice strong close, back above the trend line. So the trend line technically hasn't been cracked yet, right? Because we're still technically closing above and holding above, so we still have a potential flag here on IGMS. So I do want to keep this one on watch. It's not dumping on off. It's actually setting up for a possible continuation. And I would say that that 2650 to 27 is very, very realistic on IGMS. Very, very realistic. High watch IGMS for the possible bull flag up to 2540, 2650, and maybe even 27 doll hairs. I mean, this stock does have a gap to fill. I highly doubt we fill the gap, but I mean, anything's possible in the market. You would have a lot of resistance at 35.55, but if this stock ever broke 35.55, again, I doubt it, but it could. You can see it up at 44.47 to fill this gap. So, I mean, we'll keep it on watch. If it's a big, strong day today and we grind and move even higher on IGMS and we ever even get relatively close to that 35 mark, we could start thinking maybe a gap fill on IGMS. But right now, we're looking at it for the bull flag. Right now, it's starting to break the downtrend. We're starting to see that volume really move on in. We need to see buyers back above 25. That's where we could see that beautiful follow through for a possible new high a day, but we need to see all of these candles close relatively strong, right? We need to see them close at the top end of the range. Nice, strong candle closures, and that tells us that the move may not be over. So there we go, new high a day, IGMS. Let's see what happens. 25.51 high a day. Again, if we continue to see new highs of day and we see very nice, strong candle closures, right? We don't have those large upper shadows, but we're closing near the top end of the range. We have some great potential to continue to rip. 26.50, $27. There's 26. Let's lock in half profits there. Again, I'm looking for that 26.50 target. I locked in half at 26, doing the right thing. Below 25.50, I'm completely out. I want to see if I get my full target of 26.50 to 27 bucks. My goodness, this thing is squeezing. Let's go ahead and lock in a little bit more here at 26.30. Oh, baby! Woo! Hey, let's lock it up. I'm out. Ah! Ah! Oh, I still got some. I got shares on the table. What's going on? Oh, I'm still long. I'm still long. I almost walked away. I'm still long. What? No fucking way. Ah! Ah! Oh. I'm out. That's all I gotta say. He did not just do it. He did not just do it. He bounced back in one trade. All right, I'm happy. I'm excited. That makes me excited. That makes me excited. That's what excites me. Woo! Ah, man. Mic drop. Oh, I'm sorry, guys. I'm screaming, I'm yelling, but what a freaking fantastic trade. To the penny, to the penny. $7,576 on IGMS. I am break even. I'm done. I'm done trading. Like, seriously, from being down 8 grand to being back up green on the day, I'm done. I'm done. Let's go into a lesson, guys. We're diving into a lesson. I almost ripped my shirt, but I like my shirt, so I'm not going to rip it. That is insane. That's the beauty, guys. That's the beauty of taking emotions off the table. Not looking at your P&L. Trading the stocks. Trading the chart. Seeing an opportunity. Taking it. Having a plan. The market is the market. My goodness. Hey, okay, there's some emotion there. I'm pretty excited. And you want to know what? You know, I could look at AMC. AMC just hit where I was in at. And I told you guys, the second I get out, I guarantee AMC goes back to break even. And look at that. AMC hit my cost basis of 2050. So imagine if I would have never stopped out of AMC, but I would have never been able to take IGMS because I would have had no capital settled, right? So I'm glad I got out of AMC. It could have continued the dump. It could have continued to been a bigger loss, and that was one of the biggest losses I've had of 2022. but I know that I'm going to see big loss. I mean, I don't ever want to see an $8,000 loss again. I'm not yet ready for that. Or I'm ready for the $7,000 profits. I'm not ready for the $7,000 losses. But again, I did the right thing. I traded it. I held it really long. I was patient, and I got out, and I did the right thing. And then literally, it never came back down below that 27.50 and just ripped on up to my cost. But again, we saw IGMS. We were focused. We were patient. We waited for the technicals to give us what we wanted. And we were able to lock in some big time profits on IGMS. My goodness. And if I would have held a little bit longer, man. But hey, I take it. I take it. Right for the break, right up to the 2 targets. I'm not greedy. I'm locking in those profits, guys. Good job. All right. Now again, my sincere apologies. My sincere apologies for screaming and yelling. But how often does that happen? Where you take a big loss and you're like, it is what it is. And you move on. And then literally the next trade, you make it back. That is awesome. I love it. So again, hopefully you guys learn from that. I don't know. Again, good live trading today. Good live trading. How you handle a loss, how you disconnect, how you bounce back, how you still remain patient and disciplined and do the same thing consistently over and over and over and over. And if you just do what you're supposed to do consistently over and over and over, and you leave your emotions off the table, you could have situations like this to where you're down a lot, but you're like, whatever, it's all good. And you move on. And guys, right now, IGMS is absolutely ripping right now. So this is still the #1 stock to watch. I said I was done. When's the best time to take a trade? Right after you take an awesome trade. So remain patient, remain disciplined. Don't be greedy. We're not FOMOing in the trades. We're reset. I'm reset. It's a fresh start for the day. It's 11 o'clock and we have great action. And here's the thing, guys. Yesterday, over lunch, we saw great activity. 11, 12, 1 o'clock. Stocks were ripping. Right now, guys, we're locked in. We're trading. We're going to make it happen. There's still some great opportunity here on IGMS. Now, who made some profits on that bull flag? Who got in on the flag with IGMS? I think Nick said he grabbed it for $1,200. That's what I'm talking about, Nick. Way to go. I am literally, when I look at AMC, the only thing that my body does is this. When I look at AMC, my middle fingers just naturally come up. No, I'm joking. I'm joking. I never get that excited, but that was exciting. From being down that much to coming back to break even right after, I'll take it. That was a beautiful trade, and look at it rip. Oh my gosh, it's still going. All right, guys, let's get serious. Let's get prepared. What do we have in store? I mean, this thing may be going for the gap fill today, guys. This thing is on freaking fire. And Nick calling this bad boy out. Nick saying, hey, listen, we're looking at IGMS. Screw AMC. Screw GameStop. IGMS, this is the stock. We're hitting top resistance right now of 30.62. But ladies and gentlemen, if this stock breaks 30.62, we can see 32.18. If we break 32.18, we could see 35 to 35.55. If we break 35.55, we have a gap fill all the way to 44.47. Right now, there's no reason to touch the stock here. You are out of your mind if you are touching the stock after it just ripped from 28 to 31 without pulling back. Wait for the pullback. There's a lot of activity here. There's a lot of momentum. The stock still has a lot of great opportunity to the upside, but be patient, be smart. Dip buy 27.63. So we have a dip buy opportunity on IGMS. If we dump on down 27.57, we have a dip buy. We may see a dip buy at 28.50 as well. So I'm looking to take this for a possible dip buy coming on up here on IGMS. I'd say a nice dump, a nice little pullback, very quick, very fast. 28.50, there's a decent dip buy level, but a better one, 27.50 on IGMS. Everybody's like, dip buy? You're going to take another dip buy? Yes, I am. Yes, I am. Just because AMC went south doesn't mean I'm not going to take the next good dip buy that I see. Like I said, dip buys, guys, 80-20. 80% of the time, I nail the dip. Right? 20% of the time, I take a loss. And then every now and then, AMC happens. Right? Something like AMC happens. It's unavoidable. It happens, but it's rare. For every 100 trades, that I take a dip buy on. That happens. For maybe out of every 100 trades, one time it happens. But most of the time, 80% of the time, they're right. To the penny, profitable trades. 20% of the time, they're wrong. They're not profitable. You take a small loss. So yes, just because I took a dip buy on AMC and it went south doesn't mean I'm going to pass up the next great dip buy opportunity. And like Corey said, you can't be picky if you have an edge, and dip buys are my edge in the market. I trust my percentages. I do. So again, I would say 80% of the time, successful. 19% of the time, small losses. Little loss, paper cut, walk away. 1% of the time, AMC happens, right? But I will take 80% odds all day, every day. So the next dip buy that I see, if we get one on IGMS, I'm absolutely looking to take it. But we're starting to give us a lot better dip buy levels. So right now, dip buy, 31.31. So right now, a dip buy level, 31.31. This thing's going for a gap fill today, guys. I can smell it. This thing wants a gap fill, 44.47. Right now, it looks like we may be getting halted to the upside at 33.03. If we do hold this level for another few seconds, it's going to get halted at 33.03 here, guys. 3, 2, 1. We should get halted. Nah, I mean, wow. That's been, okay, now we're halted. I'm like, man, that's a long time that level 2 is stacking, but we are currently halted. Whew. So right now, there's a couple different ways we can trade IGMS, right? It's very overextended to the upside. It's very risky to be trading stocks when they are up this much, right? It's up 120%. This stock is very overextended to the downside, but here's what you have to be mindful of, right? There's a lot of buying pressure to the upside. There's a lot of demand. There's a lot of interest. There's a lot of hype. So when you have a lot of demand, hype, interest, you can still see these stocks continue to the upside, right? But they are riskier trades. So in halts, one way we could look to trade the halt strategy is a gap up, a washout to the halt level, and then a follow through, right? That's ideal way number one for the halt strategy. I think this is the first halt on IGMS. So let's go ahead and break this down while we have a second. All right. So way number one to trade a halt, right? This is my ideal way to trade a halt, is we're halted at 33.03. On a stock like this, we'll probably see a 50 cent to $1 gap up. So let's just say it gaps up $1. It opens at 34. Typically what you see is some initial profit taking. People that are in the halt, they're panicking. The second it goes live, they want to lock in some profits. So what happens? They lock in profits, the stock comes down. But there are traders looking to buy the price in which we got halted. So 33.03. So we see a 50 cent to $1 gap up, a quick washout, and a washout is just a quick time of profit taking, right? Washing out the longs. The longs are being washed out. They're taking profits. The stock gets washed out right down to 33.03. We make entries. We get a strong follow through and a strong rebound. That is a halt strategy, right? But what if we see it gap down, right? There's another halt strategy. If we see a gap down, if we come into that hiccup candle, right? That spiking high from the hiccup candle, 31.31. If we gap down, we come down to 31.31. I'm looking to take an entry, stops below 31. And if we re-break that halt level, that's when things can get explosive, right? So we have two different versions of a halt strategy. The first one that I just explained, that's the best halt strategy to take. The gap downs are riskier. However, if we do gap down, I am already looking for a dip buy at 31.31 off the hiccup candle upper shadow. Very nice tight stops, about 30 cents, right? I'll be cutting it if it's below 31. And if we do bounce and we follow through and break 33.03, that's version 2 of the halt strategy. We have room to 35 and 35.55 on IGMS. So this stock is still on high watch. It's a riskier trade. Halt strategies are not for the faint of heart at all. As a new trader, I could not trade the halt strategy, but if traded correctly, they are very profitable. We were halted at 11:09.54. We'll be live at 11:14.54 if it's a 5-minute halt. Halt strategy number 1, I'm looking for that trade. Or halt strategy number 2, which is a mixture of a halt strategy and a dip buy at 31.31. So I have a couple different ways that I'd be looking to trade IGMS once we go live out of the halt. Let's see if we can add some profits to the bottom line and make it happen, guys. But again, full transparency, they're really risky, right? High reward, but it also comes with high risk. All right, guys? We have potential to 35 and then 35.55. I don't trust Fidelity for a halt strategy either, buddy. No. Like, I tried to take a dip buy yesterday on Fidelity and I got scared because I'm like, dude, it takes too long. I'm hesitant. So yeah, definitely I'm not a dip buy halt strategy trader with Fidelity. It's just their platform is not the best. But here's what we got. We got a bid at 36.33 on IGMS. So we do have a bid at 36.33. We should be live at 11:14.54. So 10 seconds, guys. All eyes on IGMS. Either A, halt strategy number 1, or dip buy. Let's see what happens. Come on, give me a dip buy. 31.31. Ah, never came down that low. I can't touch it. I can't touch it. I'm off the trigger. I wanted it for the 33.03 break, but I wanted the dip buy. If it gapped down, I wanted 31.31 entries for the follow through over 33.03. But again, it just broke 33.03. Quick spike on up. I couldn't touch it, but still the dip buy is on the table, guys. The dip buy at 31.31 is still on the table. Halt level right now is, where's the halt level? 37.58. That could be. I mean, it very, very, very well could be as to why this is very aggressive aggressive to the upside. Josh even broke a sweat. No need for the gym today. Nah, I went to the gym this morning, guys. I went to the gym this morning, so I'm good. We are entering into a gap fill zone, guys. Gap fills move aggressively, they move fast. So we are entering into a gap fill level. Anything over 35.55, guys, this thing can take off. I mean, it's already taken on off, but we have potential to fill this daily gap at 44.47. I want to see a nice pullback. I want to see it dump on off. I want to see profit taking, guys. I really do want to see this dump on off to 31.31. That's where I'm looking to take a dip buy. So right now, I am focused on 31.31. It has to come crashing down. The faster, the better. Dip buy at 31.31. Anything under 30 on the bid, or I'm sorry, anything under 31 on the bid, I cut it. Right now, we're starting to get hit pretty hard. 31 dip buy level, guys. There's 33.22. Keep getting hit hard. There's 33. 32.71. Here we go. We may have a dip buy coming on up. We're getting kind of close here, guys. Again, 31.31, but it's got to hit that level quick. It's kind of like a rug pull. You see the rug pull right down to 31.31. You take it for a dip buy. You can get a nice little bounce out of it. High risk, but also high reward. And I love dip buys. If I get it, I get it. If not, it'll set on up. This is a very strong stock right now at this point in time. And again, anything over 35.55, we have potential to start really filling that gap up towards around 44.47, guys. But right now, I'm looking for the dip buy at 31.31 off that hiccup candle upper shadow. And that's typically where they bounce. But right now, I'm not going to touch it until 31.31 is tagged. If it breaks over 35.55 and actually stays over 35.55, I may consider a gap fill trade. But I really don't want to be in that high. I'd rather be in at 31.31 for the dip and then get the break and hold over 35.55. But again, this is very, very strong. It could break and hold and continue to run on up. So we may have to shift our approach a little bit and shift our strategy for a break and retest. So if we break 35.55 and we retest, that could be a good retest entry to start filling the gap up towards around 44.47. But right now, there's only one of two ways I touch it. Break and retest over 35.55 or a dip buy at 31.31. But again, it has to literally get hit really hard to the downside, kind of like a rug pull. You see how fast those rug pulls are? That's how quick these stocks have to fall down to those dip buy levels. That's the only time I take them, is when they are absolutely dumping on down to those dip buy levels. Slow and steady, it's not a dip buy. So again, we're looking at 31.31. Right now you got 34 on the bid, not touching it. I don't care if it looks like a flag here. It's way too overextended, guys. It's way too overextended right now. So I'd like to see it just get smacked and just drop. If you guys are still holding this, you guys are crushing it. What were we buying at? We were in at like 24 bucks. Yeah, 24 bucks for the bull flag. Jesus. Who would have ever thought it would have went straight up to 35? I would have never thought that. Absolutely not. So again, 31.31, but right now it kind of looks strong. But again, I can't touch it. Again, one of two ways. I'm not going to buy right here under resistance. It's got to break resistance, retest as support, then I get interested. That's one way to trade this. Or again, the dip buy that I've been talking about for the past 5 minutes. Other than that, you will not see an entry on the table. I'm looking for 31.31. Here we go. This could be the time that we get the dip. Where's the halt level, though? You got to be mindful. 31.06. That's cutting it close. That's cutting it close, guys. 31.31 dip buy, but the halt level's 31.06. That halt level needs to come below 31 for me to get a dip buy here. Right now, the halt level is too close to 31.31. I don't think I could take it. Unless the halt level drops on down below 31, I can't see a dip buy on this. 31.06. Give it another minute. Let this candle close. It'll reset the average, and that should bring the halt level down a little bit. So when this candle closes, it'll recalculate the halt bands. They're called halt bands. It's a percentage of the average move, and that should reset. The halt should drop it below. There we go. It's below 31. All right, cool. It's at 30.75 now. So I'm on board for the dip buy. I am a go for the dip buy at 31.31. Halt levels 30.75. That gives me enough breathing room because my stop's right under 31. So that candle did help reset the halt level, and it pushed it down another about 50 to 70 cents there. $31.31. $32.90. $32.50, $32.35, about $1 away. $31.31. There's 32, 32.11. We're getting close, guys. Getting really close here. It's got to be fast, though. It's got to be fast and hard, kind of like a rug pull. If it's not that aggressive and not that fast, it's not a dip buy. It's got to just drop. So I would say the next candle would be the candle for the dip buy. I would say this needs to be the candle for the dip buy ideally, because we're that close to that level. So if this candle doesn't give us a dip buy, we're going to reset and kind of look for a different approach. You have a downtrend. I don't have one drawn because, again, I'm not taking my finger off the trigger or that close for a possible dip buy. This has got to be it. Go red on this candle. Go red. Here we go. Dip buy. 31.31. We got enough time as well. $32.35. I got a very early premature fill there. Very early premature fill. That was actually really bad. It bounced at 31.31, but again, I got it at 31.93. That was really bad. The spreads were pretty large there. Still sticking to the same plan. Below 31, I'm out. Actually, below 31.31, I'm out. Let's see if we get a nice follow through on the dip. Very bad fill, though. I'm going to take half at my cost basis. So I'm reducing my size. I had 2,500 shares. I reduced my size in case it doesn't work out. Still holding 1250 at, okay, and I'm out. I had to get out. It was a very bad fill. I guess the spreads are about 70 cents there. I got filled at 31.90. If I would have got my 31.31, that would have been extremely profitable, but I did the right thing and I got out. So next dip buy level, we're looking at 29.88. 29.88. Where's the halt level right now? 29.74. That's a little too close. I mean, it is really fighting to hold that 21.30, or I'm sorry, that 31.33. But like I said, I just got in a little too early right there. I got a 31.90 fill. It came right down to the penny and it bounced. If I would have got my penny fill, that would have been a great profitable trade. But the second I noticed that it popped back up to my cost basis, I cut half my position right away because I realized I was in about 50 to 70 cents higher than where I really wanted to be. So I cut half my position at break even, and then I still held the rest just to see if it would pop on up. But I went ahead and stopped out the second it dropped below that 31. How do you read a halt level? What do you mean, George? How do you read a halt level? So maybe elaborate on that a little bit more for me. I'm not really quite sure I understand. Okay, so now we have our halt level at 29. 29. So again, the 29.88 dip buy is still on the table on IGMS. Oh, so it's on my level 2. It's on my level 2. So some brokers, they put what's called an LULD on the level 2. So LULD stands for limit up, limit down, right? So some brokers will put a LULD on the level 2. Lightspeed does. TD Ameritrade does not. But there is a script. I think Cole inside of chat has that script. Will actually show you what the halt level is going to be. But it's not pre-built in to TD Ameritrade. So to answer your question, some brokers have an LULD, which stands for limit up, limit down, and that's going to tell you what the halt level is. I am liking what we're seeing here on IGMS. Let's go ahead and do this. Let's remove some of these lower levels. Let's clean up the chart a little bit. But I am starting to like what we have here on IGMS. So if we do not break this downtrend right now, we come down to this 29.88, that would put us at the end of a potential bull flag, right? So there's two different bull flags. You have a bull flag, you have a bullish pennant. This trade right here, that was a bullish pennant. The two trend lines intersected, right? They crossed one another. That's a pennant. These are bull flags. Right? So you have a bullish pennant. That was the first trade that we took, was a bullish pennant. This would be a bull flag. And so if we get rejected here off this downtrend, we could see it come down to the lower part of this trend line off the lows, which puts us right at 29.88, and it would still be putting us inside a potential bull flag, which is a continuation pattern, and that could get us into that next leg to the upside. So the 29.88 dip buy is still on the table. And then we'd be looking for a bigger picture bullish flag back up to high a day, and then possibly starting that gap fill on IGMS. So right now, 29.88. I don't want to see the stock below 29.88. Ideally, I'd like to see it get rejected here, dump off the 29.88, get a quick dip buy, set up for a bull flag, then properly break the downtrend for the next leg on up. But again, anything could happen, right? It could break right now and start ripping. If it does, we'll reassess, reanalyze, get prepared again. But right now, I'm thinking if we do drop right here off the trend line, right down the 29.88, dip buy opportunity. And then if we continue to hold 29.88 and then proceed to break this downtrend at that point in time, that's where I get interested for a potential bull flag formation for the bigger move to the upside, talking a few dollars, not just a few cents. So let's see what happens. We're right at this trend line right now, guys. Right there. I'd like to see a nice little red candle. Nice little red candle. Get this thing falling on off a little bit. And possibly setting up for a nice little dip buy with a possible follow through for a bull flag. So long-term stuff's doing good today. My long-term portfolio is doing good. What I may do is things that I'm profitable in, I may start trimming profits, guys. Just to give you a heads up on what I'm doing with my long-term portfolio. Is some of these stocks I've been buying the dips recently on, right? I may start trimming these profits and putting into my underperformers. I still think we have more room to the downside. I mean, there's a lot of analysts that think so as well. I know it was a pretty decent rebound in the market. But again, I'm personally going to trim some profit, take those profits, put them in my underperformers and allocate the money there, and then still hold off with dollar cost averaging in, because I still think coming into the summer months is going to be the best buying opportunity. So if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. If I'm right, I'll get some profits right now, roll them into my underperformers, free up some capital so I can buy the dip even more coming into these summer months in the next 3 to 4 months, guys. So that's what I'm planning on doing probably this week, because we've seen a pretty decent rebound in the market. But again, I'm not convinced that that was a bottom. I know we are really screaming to the upside, but there's still a few things that, you know, are red flags to me. So, and we can talk about that here this afternoon as well, right? IGMS. So there are a couple red flags that I notice as to why I think the market still could pull back. But again, I'm not trying to predict it. I just want to react. I'd rather do the right thing. If I think the markets are going to come down, trim some profits, allocate it to my underperformers, and then wait to see if the markets do continue lower. And we were all set. So you got the break out of the flag. Never came down for the dip buy. It's all good. Like I said, if it doesn't take place, we'll reset and see if it sets back up for us. Right now, we're not touching it. So I would say that if we break and hold over that 35.55, guys, and the reason I keep saying 35.55 is that was the level I initially marked up, but the high of this candle, 35.68. So breaking and holding above 35.68, that's when we could start to see this gap be filled on IGMS. So that's one way. Break, retest, follow through, number one. Or we get rejected here. We pull back and we set up maybe for a cup and handle, an ascending triangle. Maybe there's a pattern that starts to present itself that we can take for the break through 35.68. But if it breaks right now, we'd be looking for the retest before we got involved with IGMS. Nice. Corey took it out of that flag right there for a quick little $86 base hit. Good job, buddy. Sold at resistance, small position. Hey, green is green. Green is good. Yeah, this would be the first in a very long time, Langston. This would be the first in a very long time for a gap fill like this. I mean, that would put the stock up over, gosh. I mean, that would be a huge, huge day. I mean, that would put the stock up over 190% if we fill that gap. And right now, there's no signs of this slowing down. It's strong, right? This is a very strong stock. Could this be a double top? Absolutely. Could it set up with a higher low and give us an ascending triangle breakout? Absolutely. But right now, it's still in an uptrend. We still have a lot of demand and a lot of buyers here on the stock. So right now, I don't see any reason to be looking at anything else besides IGMS. And the only reason we're still here coming into lunch is because what? Yesterday, we actually saw lunch pretty hot, right? Lunchtime yesterday was actually pretty decent. So that's why we're still here and we're trading right now, guys. There's opportunity in the market. We have a stock that's currently up 123%, looking very, very strong. Let's sit back, be patient, wait for the next best opportunity. Let's make it happen. Let's lock in some profits. So what I would do is go off the that hiccup candle right here, off the low, and start running a trend line on this. Run a trend line on this. And if we come down to this trend line and it bounces, that could be the higher low for this ascending triangle. It is starting to give us a little bit of a possible ascending triangle breakout. So run a trend line here. That could be a validated trend line. But that could also be the validated trend line. If you come off that hiccup candle, connect the lows, you're right at the trend line. Obviously, the lower the entry, the better. I would like that initial line to be the validated trend line. But again, you got a couple different trend lines to keep on watching. Right now, we are bouncing off of the, I'll switch the color. We're bouncing off of that green trend line, right? So we do have that initial trend line. I'm going to change the color. That's ugly. Let's go blue. There we go. We got a blue trend line. So the blue trend line is coming off of the first hiccup candle. The orange trend line is coming off of the this hiccup candle where I really wanted the dip buy. So we're starting to dip below this trend line just a little bit. I'd like to see it come back down towards around the orange trend line. And that would be a much, much better trend line to see this hold on up for that bigger picture possible, ascending triangle. But right now, IGMS, it's still fighting to hold that 9 EMA. It is fighting to hold above that blue trend line that is valid. It is a validated trend line. Spreads are about 30 cents give or take. Not too bad, but still something to be mindful of. It's tempting. I'm not going to lie, guys. It's tempting right here off the 90 EMA in that trend line. But here's the thing. If you buy right here, $33.78, your risk is about $2. $2. Do you want to risk $2? Nah, not really. If it breaks, it breaks. Let it break, let it retest, and then we have a trade. But if it doesn't hold here and it doesn't shoot up for a break in the retest, let it crack. Let it come down towards around this trend line, maybe right around 32.30. That could be a good area to keep on watch to see if that trend line is validated for the leg back up to high a day. But if this starts breaking here right now, I would have to say I would wait for the break. I would wait for the retest, make my entry, and go long. Right now, it's just a little too risky, right? Buying at 34 with support back down at 32-ish, that's just too much risk compared to the reward that we have. So I can't take that trade. The simple fact that I can't take the trade, I'm just going to remove that trend line altogether. And I'm going to look to see if we come back down towards around this orange trend line that seems to be a little bit better at this point in time. We do have that lower shadow right there at 32.37. So if this comes down to that lower shadow, 32.37, and the trend line, that's a decent little dip by level, maybe. We'll have to see what it does down there. Maybe even get down there. May not even get that low. May not even. May just hold the 90 MA and rip on up. It is a pretty strong stock. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised. But from a risk-reward perspective, I can't be buying right here. In between resistance, in between support, right in the middle. I call that the uncertainty zone. When a stock is in between support and resistance, right in the middle, I call that the uncertainty zone. I can't be a buyer in the uncertainty zone. I want to be buyer closer to support, right? Not in the middle, but right close to support with a lot of room into resistance versus it being just 50-50. But again, it's a very, very strong stock. So that lower shadow, 32.37, you broke above, you retested, you broke on out. That also lines up with the trend line. I'd say 32.37 would be an okay level. Decent, risky, but decent. It puts you right off the trend line and right off that lower shadow. Man, those spreads are wild, guys. Those spreads are wild. I'm at 32.30. Those spreads are nuts. 32.73. There's a nice bounce. Let's go ahead and switch to half position to scale out. I'm at 32.30, right off that 32.30 level that I wanted, off that trend line. Those spreads are nuts, guys. Those spreads are wild. You had about $1 spread at one point. I'm still in right off 32.37. Right off the trend line, right off the lower shadow. I took some initial profits quick. I'm holding half my position to see if we get a nice little follow through above that 32.37. I'm in at 32.30. It was a great fill. I'm happy with the fill. Right now, I gotta keep my stops tight. Break even, 32.30 on the bid. I have to get out. Give it a second to see if we pop back above 33 and get a nice little spike out of it. Again, I have a decent little trade, but I'm still just hovering around break even today. The bad fill in the last trade set me back. This trade, good fill. That was the $1,000 winner, but I'm still holding about 1,200 shares here at 32.30, right off the trend line, right off that lower shadow, to see if it holds a higher low and possibly sets up for a nice little high day breakout. So stops are at 32.30. Spreads are not the best. It's got to break back above 33 for me to stay in this. It's got to be back above 33 on the buyers for me to stay in this. 32.70. You got 32.89 on the ask. Again, my cost basis 32.30. That's where I'm stopping out on my runner. This is a runner. I had 2,500 shares. I took the first 1,200 shares for about 50 cents. Right now, I'm holding a runner to see if it continues with a stop at break even, and I'm not liking the price action. I'm going to go ahead and cut a little bit more right there at 32.40. Go ahead and reduce my exposure to 600 shares just in case it cracks and dumps. I don't have 1,200. I can at least mitigate my risk a little bit. So I'm still holding 600 shares as a runner, and I have a stop at break even on my running position. So let's do this. If we pop back above 33 on the bid, I want to be able to put a hard stop at break even here on IGMS so I can take my finger off the trigger. If I try and put it in right now, I just hesitate that it's going to drop on low as I'm trying to place my stop loss. So I want to get a little bit of breathing room so I have enough time to put my hard stop in the system. But right now, I'm manually stopping out at 32.30. I don't have enough time to go in and actually type up the stop order. 32.50, 32.40. I'm going to go ahead and probably cut it here. 37.35. 30. That's my cost basis. It's right. Okay, I'm out. 32.25. I'm out. So I do like the dip buys, right? The first dip buy, it was just a bad fill. It happens. That was a good dip buy. I left the runner on the table. If I would have locked it all up, would have been profitable. But again, the stock is strong. It has potential. So I wanted to leave a little bit on the table there just to see if we got that nice little bounce and a nice follow through. But we are technically holding the trend line, guys. So as long as we don't crack the trend line, it's still on the bullish side. So if that trend line holds on up, guys, we start moving back on up, we do have still a possible little ascending triangle breakout. I know it's not perfect, but it's still meeting some of that initial criteria. But if we crack this trend line here, I would say we could see it fall back down to 29.88. Yeah, the volume has really dropped off considerably. 100%, absolutely. We don't have as much volume. We can see it's definitely trying to get some action off this 32.30 level, right off that trend line. We do have volume moving in too, guys. Again, it's all about the best of the best setups. First dip buy, just not the best entry. That one, oh man, there's the follow through. Let's get a quick little pullback, and then I'm going to look to enter for the follow through because that was a strong candle there. But I can't buy right here at the high. I want to see it pull back a little bit, maybe start getting my feet wet here for the break. I think it has potential to break that 35, 80-ish mark, that high a day. It definitely has the strength, guys. You have to put stops under 32. Your target's high a day, but you're really looking for a high day break to start filling the gap. So technically your target's 40 and 44, but you do have a first target up at high a day on IGMS. It was a really nice bounce off the trend line. Took forever, but decent. You have this downtrend as well. So here's the trade. Here's the trade. You got a big flag, guys, right? I said ascending triangle, but right now it's looking to be more of a flag, right? So big leg up, pull back, lower high, higher low, lower high. It's consolidating. It was a little bit of a flag formation. Now it's more of a pennant, right? That was a bullish pennant. Nice break. Now we have a bigger bullish pennant. And this stock, this stock is very strong, right? And it's setting up continuously for bullish continuation patterns, right? The dip buys are being validated. The trend line's being validated. The uptrend's being validated. All the trend lines are being validated. Bigger picture, bull flag. If we can come back down on IGMS and come back and hold the trend line once again, I would start building a position for the break of the bull flag for that next big leg up, because again, we see the potential for the gap fill. We already know we at least have potential back to high a day. And if we can try and nail an entry right off this trend line, maybe 33, we can risk about $1 and we can at least get maybe $2 to $3 to the upside, right? So pulling back, holding the trend line, stops under the prior low of 32 with a high day target, and it's your first target. Second target, 40. Final target, gap fill, right around 44, 47. Does the RSI worry me? On what? On the daily chart? No, the daily RSI does not worry me, right? The daily RSI being at 83 doesn't worry me, right? Because I'm looking at the intraday volume, the intraday price action, the formations, the technicals. Now, don't get me wrong, we are dropping off on the RSI here on the 1 minute, but we are also consolidating. So the RSI does match the price, right? So it's not like we have any intraday divergence or anything like that. So the RSI still matches our price action intraday. The daily RSI, no, it doesn't worry me too much. Because what do we know about the RSI? It's an oscillator. Oscillates from oversold, overbought. But look at how long we can stay in one territory, right? We were in oversold territories for months. we could technically, not saying it's going to happen, but we could technically see this continue to stay above 70 on the daily RSI for months. Technically speaking, that could happen. So right now, because I'm day trading this intraday, the daily RSI doesn't really concern me too much. Now, eventually it's going to start pulling back, right? I mean, this is not sustainable. This is not going to rip to 44 and then 50, then 100 and hold 100 indefinitely. It's going to pull back. It's going to give a lot of these profits back. You're going to have profit taking. But as the stock still sets up, everything's being validated, the technicals are being validated, and it looks as strong as it does, we're still trading what we see here intraday. So here's what I am going to do. I'm going to disconnect, right? I got to go pee. And I'll be right back and see what we have when I come back in about 2 minutes, guys. All right, guys, it's breaking. I'm gonna go pee. How do you do that? I mean, I want to take the trade. I want to make the profits, but at the same time, I don't want to get so caught up in analysis paralysis to where I'm like chasing the stock at high a day when I still see a potential ascending triangle, right? I don't want to be buying at high a day. I will buy high a day if we break and retest. So if it's going to break and retest, that's going to take 2 to 3 minutes. That gives me enough time to go take a pee. Plus, I really got to pee, and that's all I can think of. But right now, it was good to walk away. We never broke high a day. We never retested. What are we doing? We're still setting up for this potential ascending triangle breakout, guys. So we do have flat resistance, building higher lows. As long as these higher lows continue to form and we hold the uptrend, we have one big ascending triangle breakout formation taking place. All right, we're good. We're good. I got to make up an hour, but we're set. Mutat, you refer to yourself as not smart sometimes. Dude, you're very smart. Learned a ton from you today and every day. Thanks, brother. Thanks, man. I appreciate it, Mutaz. I say I'm not like book smart, right? I was very bad in school. I barely graduated. Didn't go to college. All of my education's been learned just through the jobs I've worked, networking, people that I associate with. When it comes to stocks, yeah, I know enough about stocks to make consistent profits. But when it comes to like verbiage, like words, like when I read a press release, some of those words I don't know, and everybody else is like, oh, that's what it is and that's what it means. How do you not know that? I don't know. I just know what to look for in a press release. Keywords. I don't care what the word means. I just know that stocks react to certain keywords. So yeah, I guess I'm smart when it comes to trading stocks. Yeah, but when it comes to being book smart and, you know, a good, nice education from school, yeah, I don't have that knowledge. But I appreciate it, Mutaz. I appreciate it. Street smart, and that's where the money is. I'll take it, man. What? Some of the most successful people never went to college. A lot of them dropped out of high school too. So I mean, hey, it's cool with me. That's cool with me. Langston's like, it's breaking. I'm kind of pee. Yes. So right now we're still looking right around 33. Right around 33 is the trend line. As long as we grind and hold the trend line like we did before, we can see it right back up to high a day. And I would expect to see a little bit of a follow through, right? Little bit of a follow through. So right now, from where I started to where I am, tons of success. I take it. I take it. I'm happy with it, even though it's red. But what I'm going to do, and this is what my plan is, not going all in case it doesn't hold, but getting my feet wet here at 33, right? I mean, last time it came to the trend line, it ripped. Trend line, it could go back to high day and break for the ascending triangle. So I don't want to go all in just in case it doesn't hold, but I'd like to get my feet wet, right? So maybe 500 shares to start, 1,000 shares to start, get my feet wet. If it does indeed start bouncing and it holds, I can add for the follow through up to high a day for the break. So I'm going to get my feet wet. My stops will be under 32. I want to try and get that bounce right at 33. I'm going to take a small, maybe like 25% of my position here at 33. So there we go. I just got filled 33.19. It's a starter position. I'm getting my feet wet just in case, right? And it's worth to me, it's worth starting a position. It's strong. It has potential. It's really fighting the trend line. It has a bigger picture ascending triangle breakout formation. I like it. I'm willing to lose $600-700 to potentially make, you know, $2,000, even on 600 shares, even if I don't add to it. I have potential back to high a day. That's $3, right? That's potentially $1,500-1,600. I see the potential. If I get stopped out below 32, I lose $600, right? So it was worth me getting a starter position, not going all in. If I go all in, I'm putting myself in a $2,500 losing position. Right now, with a starter position, $600. Now, if I want to add, I can add. If I don't add, it's okay because I can still lock in some pretty decent profits even on 600 shares. So right now, I'm just going to let the trade do its thing, right? I like what I see. It has potential. Back up to high a day, I start locking in a little bit, and then I leave a runner. And I definitely want to leave a runner because I see that potential to 40 maybe. But at least high a day I think is realistic. Not really high a day, but I would say like 35, 46, right? I'd say like 35, 46 would be a good level to look to lock in some profits here. And I'm going to keep my stop at 32. Again, like I said, I'm just going to get my feet wet here. If we hold the trend line, it's still showing some decent potential. If I get stopped out, it's okay. You have to be willing to put on trades, be able to lock in profit, but you also have to be willing to accept the risk that comes with the trade and identify what the risk is going to be. I identified the risk. I'm accepting it. It's not a lot. Still puts me red on the day, but if I don't take the trade and it rips, I don't make the money. So I'm willing to take the risk, put on the trade. I see the potential. I don't want to go hard and heavy and aggressive, but I do want to start just getting my feet wet and what I call testing the waters. Right? If it doesn't work, minimal loss. If it works, I can add to it and make a bigger profit. But we still have the rest of the day, guys. Still have the rest of the day, and there's still going to be some opportunity because right now the market's pretty nice. I mean, this is really the only stock moving for the most part. But again, the market is pretty decent today. So we're right at that trend line. We're still building some nice higher lows, trying to get that pop. We saw the initial pop off the trend line. That kind of got me a little excited. Right now, I'm not too crazy excited. This kind of just looks like it wants to dump. It kind of looks like it wants to crack on down here a little bit, doesn't it? It's kind of tempting to get out. I'm kind of tempted to like get out and just wait to see if it does hold. So the ask is dropping. The bid is sitting strong at 33, but not a lot of buyers. I'm going to just go ahead and get out and wait. If it dumps, I don't want to be in it. If it doesn't dump here, I'll jump right back in and I'll still test the waters. But again, it was just at that point in time, I'm like, I don't know, right? It's not budging off 33, and it just kind of looks like it's going to crack on down. But if it bounces, I can jump right back in. But if it cracks, I can avoid taking a loss because I would expected it to already kind of rebound here a little bit. So now you got bids at 33.23. If I jump back in, the plan's still the same with risking that 32 or a crack of the trend line, whatever happens first. I want to see some buyers. I want to see some decent bids and some decent orders step in. Right now, it's just not a lot of volume right here. I don't have a position, so you guys know I cut it right at break even. Actually, I cut it for about a 12-cent loss, so very minimal, like 50, 60 bucks. But it was worth taking that little $60 loss just in case it didn't pop off 33 and it started to crack. Kind of like that. So I'm glad I kind of got that position off the table. But it really depends on how these candles close. If this candle closes like that, I'm going back in. If that candle holds the trend line, okay, it didn't hold the trend line, so I'm not jumping back in right now. So here's the other thing that you have to do though. Trend lines are subjective. Is it off the wicks, or are traders going off maybe that trend line, right? That's still a valid trend line. It's a body to a wick to a wick to a body, right? But trend lines are very, very subjective. Bigger picture is what? Bigger picture is the stock is still forming higher lows, right? So the prior low is at 32. Technically speaking, as long as it holds higher lows, it's still in play. And it still has potential to be an ascending triangle breakout, because an ascending triangle breakout is flat top resistance with higher lows. It's beautiful. It's perfect when you can run a trend line and the trend line is respected to a T. But as long as it holds higher lows, that's the validation. That's the criteria. So if it puts in a lower low, it's going to start downtrending and selling off into these lunch hours, guys. But if we continue to hold these higher lows, there still technically is some potential here on IGMS. So I still want to keep this one on watch, because this is where 80% of the focus currently is. You got some decent orders coming in on the time and sales. The only thing is you don't have the volume. I mean, you got decent orders hitting the ask, which is a good sign. But you don't see the volume. You want to see volume well over probably 100 to 200,000 shares and a candle. That's going to get this going. Right now, we traded about 55,000 shares on this candle, which is still very, very light compared to the volume that was traded along those initial, those legs up. So right now, I do like what I see on the time and sales, though. I do see a lot of orders coming in at the ask, and it's becoming more active, and we see more orders at the ask than we see at the bid. So I'm testing the waters again on IGMS. As you guys can see, I entered into another position. I got out thinking it was going to dump. Now I'm starting to see some decent price action, right? The bids are starting to increase, closing up the spread. A lot of the orders that I see on the time and sales are orders at the ask, and we are seeing a little bit of volume slowly starting to creep on in here. But you still have to have a plan in place. Position sizing. Where's your stop? What's your risk? What's your targets? Right? Is it a 2-to-1 setup, 3-to-1 setup, right? Is it a high reward, low risk opportunity? Is it a good setup? Well, I still see strength. The stock is strong. I know this is where 70 to 80% of the focus is right now at this point in time, and it's setting up for that potential ascending triangle breakout formation. So we do have a bullish setup. We're starting to see a little bit of volume move back in. It's technically holding these higher lows. It's the number one stock of the day. It has 70 to 80% of the focus. We really just dissect all of the information we have, all of this data, and it's safe to say that we still have a lot of great opportunity with IGMS. As to why, I'm testing the waters again to see if we get that follow through here for that potential high day break for the ascending triangle. Worst case, I can lock in some profits at high a day. All right, that's best case. Lock in profits high a day. Best case is we get the breakout. Worst case, I get stopped out. But it's willing, you know, I'm willing to take the risk because I see the potential. But now would be a good time to just sit back, watch, right? If you guys have smaller accounts, you're looking for like the one and done trades, right? And you can't get in and out, in and out, in and out, in and out. This is a good time to sit back and watch and learn versus trying to put on these trades if you have a smaller account, because what you're looking for on small accounts are nothing but like A+ opportunities. You're not really looking to scalp the market. You're not looking to test the waters, get out, test the waters, get out. You really need to find like, all right, this is my setup. This is my trade, scale in, scale out, whatever works. But again, as a newer trader, I would watch my mentor trade like this, and I tried trading like it on a smaller account. It never worked. I had to take a big step back and really just listen to him when he said, listen, I have a different account. I have a different style, a different strategy. When I see these A+ setups, I call them out, build your plan, get prepared, take the trades. But for the most part, mirror trading doesn't work, right? Every now and then you get some decent wins when you mirror trade. Most of the time you lose because, again, everybody has different risk tolerance. Everybody has different accounts. Some are PDT restricted, some are not. There's a lot of variables, right? So if you're like, man, Josh is in and out, in and out, in and out, and I'm in and out too, and I'm running out of capital, you shouldn't be following me into trades. You should understand why I'm taking the trade, understand where I'm getting in, why I'm getting in, where my stop is at, where my target is at, what I see, what I like, what I'm looking for, what do I expect to happen, how am I going to manage my trade. That's the point of this. That's how we learn. I'm taking a little bit there. Let's go ahead and switch to 300 share position. And we definitely want to maybe start scaling out. I'm up 7, but on the day, I'm pretty much break even. I want to see if I can hold a little bit longer. I don't want to be greedy, but I want to see if I can hold just a smidge longer and see if we get that follow through for that break on out, guys. Nice little pop on the last candle. I want to see these bids really hold above 34 here. Cost basis is 33.30. I'm willing to give back the profits that I have because I do think we could see a nice follow through into a new high a day. I want to take profits at high a day, and I want to hold a little bit as a runner to see if we continue to rip to the upside. So I am willing to sacrifice the $600 of profit, and I'm willing to go back to $600 red on the day to be a little bit more patient with this to see if we get that follow through. And you guys know why, right? The strength, number one stock, it has the attention, building the higher lows. Again, sometimes being patient gets me, right? Sometimes being patient is the wrong approach. Sometimes I just need to lock in those profits when I have them. But every now and then we get those decent follow-throughs on really strong stocks, and this to me looks like a decently strong stock. But we start cracking that trend line, I got to get out. And I'm not liking it, and I'm out. Just like that, out. Well, that sucks. That was the one time I'm like, man, should have just locked in all those profits. And she's dumping. But I love the volatility. I love it. Where's the halt level right now? 30.33. Oh, shoot. She almost got halted down there, guys. That was a big old dumperooski there. So halt level right now is 30.30. We may be looking to get halted to the downside on IGMS. That was a massive little pull there. So we saw the respection off the trend line. We had the pop on up. The second it came down my cost basis, I was out. I was out. But I was willing to give back those profits that I had to see if we got that follow through for a new high a day. I was willing to take that risk. That was a part of my plan. Halt levels 29.70. Is it 29.7? Say yeah, 29.77. I am not going to short a stock that is this explosive to the upside. This is when you get caught up in short squeezes. Oh, I'm going to short this stock, and you're in a short squeeze. Oh, I'm going to short this stock, and you get a short squeeze. A stock like this, that's this strong to the upside, that's made this much of a move. Yeah, eventually I want to short it, but I haven't seen a short opportunity yet. In a bullish setup, that was a bullish setup, higher lows, flat resistance. It was an ascending triangle 80% of the time. You see them break to the upside. I am not going to short an 80-20 bullish setup, right? I'm just asking to get squeezed out of that position. So that's why I wouldn't short it. Because again, stocks like this, I've been squeezed out a lot of times. It's got to be a crystal clear short setup for just an all-day fade. We haven't really seen, I mean, we're starting to see that. We got the crack of the trend line, big old dump on down. We're putting in that lower low now. So now may be a good time to start thinking about shorting the stock. But again, I've been caught up in a lot of squeezes before trying to short these just massive movers. And they've continued to rip and run and rip and run. And there was no indication right here. There was no indication to short this stock. Like, let's all be honest. Let's all be honest. New traders, experienced traders. Right there on the chart. You see that? Right there at that point in time. What do you see? What do you see? You want to short that? Absolutely not. That looks like it's going to break high today. Right? That looks like it's going to break on out. I'm not going to short that. Absolutely not. I can't do it. It's too risky. Right? Now, oh, I'm thinking about a short. Absolutely. But at that point in time right there, absolutely not. Way too risky because this stock, when it breaks, it breaks. If that would have broken, it could have ripped to 40 and 44. There was no way I was going to hold a short position as this stock is already squeezing aggressively to the upside. And another reason, I haven't been shorting a lot lately. I did take a big step back from shorting and only looking at long setups because 90% of traders in chat can't short, but they can go long. So I've been looking at a lot of long setups to make sure that everybody's able to find a good setup that's a long setup that I take and they can make some profits as well. Because I tell you what, if I'm shorting, that's all I'm doing 80% of the time. But then a lot of traders in chat are like, man, I can't short. Why am I here? Where are the long setups? I've been really focused on long setups lately for members inside the chat. That wasn't a dip buy. The dip buy is at 29.88 Owen, right? So 29.88 was the dip buy. We came down to 30.32. So we were just a little far away from the dip. I wanted the dip buy at 29.88. And that could still be a dip buy. We cracked 29.88, back down at 28.50, and then 27.57 for the dip. So that's the reason we didn't come down close enough to the dip buy level. Nice, Nick. We got $1,133. Chris, we got $1,624. It looks like. No, 176. Good stuff. Spaz, 313.97 on the day. Good job. Me personally, I mean, I take it. That was a great comeback. All right, that was a great little bounce back. And since then, I haven't really been able to capitalize and really catch that move, right? I've been really focused on, I think the stock can break and rip. I mean, I wasn't expecting that move. I don't think anybody was expecting that move. And that could have happened again. And that's what I was waiting for, was a clean, good setup to play with the trend. The trend is your friend. The trend is up. There's a lot of strength to the upside. Now, we're definitely pulling back. We're definitely, looking a little weak at this point in time. But again, we had a couple trades, right? There were a couple trades after bouncing back to break even. I'm down $875 on the day. So that's a lot better than $8,000. The first dip buy would have been great. I was way too late to the trade. The second dip buy, I locked in some profits. Here, I was up again. But then I got out and wasn't able to lock in those profits. And it wasn't that I wasn't able to lock in the profits. I wanted to hold a little bit longer to see if we got the follow through. I was wrong. It happens. But what if it would have followed through? That would have been a great freaking trade, right? It wasn't. So what do we do? Disconnect, reset, wait for the next best opportunity. And again, the reason I didn't lock in that $600-700 when I had it was, again, I wasn't full position sizing, number one. I was testing the waters, getting my feet wet. I said that ahead of time. If I take the trade, it's going to be about 25% of my desired position to test the waters, because I think we could see the follow through. I wasn't right? It didn't take place. It's okay. The reason I didn't take profit is because my plan was to add to the position for the follow through, but I never felt confident to add to it. But I stuck to my plan and I said, you know what? Break even. In the moment, I said, I'm up $600-700. I'm willing to give my $700 back and go back to being red on the day to give this an opportunity, to give this a chance. It had the potential. It had the setup. It was looking pretty decent at that point in time, right? It didn't work out, but it was worth, in my opinion, for me, and my style of trading and my approach and how I built my plan, it was worth it to me to hold on just for a little bit longer. Because if it would have gotten that break, we could have seen a big rip to 40. And here's the other thing too. You guys can take both sides. If I would have taken that $700 and then it ripped, here was the question I probably would have gotten. Why'd you lock in profits, Josh? Why didn't you hold? Right? It was an ascending triangle breakout. You've been talking about it. Why'd you lock in profits, dude? You missed $5,000. It goes both ways, right? It goes both ways. I lock in profits. Why'd you lock it in, man? That was a good long trade. You don't lock in profits. Why'd you lock in profits, dude? That's what happens a lot. But again, my reasoning was because I felt that it had that potential. Again, let's all look at the chart. It looked like it had that potential. It was respecting that trend line, building those higher lows, flat top resistance. It had that potential, and my plan was to see if we got that move. We didn't get the move. But again, I accepted the outcome, and I'm okay with the outcome because I know I'm going to bounce back. You're going to see me profitable by the end of the day, guys. I mean, I can't promise that, but I would say with 80% confidence, 80% certainty, I could definitely bounce back and see some good profits on the day. And I'm just really getting back into the big size, right? It's only been about a week or two that I've really been going aggressive on size again. Kind of like what I was doing a couple years back before I started educating and mentoring and teaching. So this is relatively new. It's not new, but again, when you haven't done this for 6, 7, 8 months and you go back to it, it's a little different. You got to adapt to it. You got to get more comfortable with it again. So April's going to be a phenomenal month, guys. April is going to be phenomenal. I can only imagine how great April's going to be. It's going to be raining with profits inside of chat, guys. And I'm still here right now. It's 12:16. Normally go to lunch, but I want to see if IGMS sets up again, because if it does, I'm looking to bang out some base hits now. Over lunch, not looking for those big time profits. Over lunch, I'm looking to bang out some base hits. Now that we cracked that trend line, and we're on the bearish side, any kind of setup I see, we're going to lock in quick profits. We're going to scalp it, right? I love scalping. We're going to scalp some profits. We're going to lock in some base hits. We're going to get back to green on the day. Let's do a quick scan and see if there is anything else going on in the market. SXTC, not a lot going on there. GFAI, nothing happening there. HYMC, it's a little too slow, guys. Just a little too slow. GameStop, sitting sideways for the past hour. AMC, it could try and rebound here end of the day over lunch. We'll still keep it on watch. We need to start breaking back above 30.50 and 31 first, and that's where we could probably see some action. KOSS, NEGG, a lot of these other stocks not really doing too much. ALLG, like I said, that thing was done after it started to move on up. And really, guys, that's it. IGMS is still the stock that's moving. It's bouncing around 50 cents to $1 at a time. I like stocks that can bounce around 50 cents to $1 at a time. Halt level right now And IGMS is all the way down at 27.93. So if we drop right here into this 29.88, I'll take it for a dip buy and I'll scalp that. Absolutely. I would actually probably say that if I take another dip buy today, if I take another dip buy and A, I get a bad fill, B, it's not a good dip buy and I get stopped out, I'll probably just go ahead and call it quits on the day. I want to retain what profits I do have for the month of March and at least secure the profits, put some money in my pocket. And then starting April, it's a brand new month, brand new opportunities, brand new mindset, brand new approach, brand new position sizing. I'd rather start with a fresh, clean slate as of April without doing what I kind of did today. Put myself in a position where I could have given all of these little basic profits back. So that's maybe what I do. If I do end up seeing some of these dip buy opportunities not really play on out. Can I look at Apple? You're looking at puts? Yeah, absolutely. Can you give me 2 seconds? Because I know we'll probably get a swing trade those. Are you looking at a day trade, Catherine? Or are you looking at like a swing trade for those puts? So across the board, they're trying to take it from a T+2 to a T+1, like options. Options are a T+1, right? So again, options settle overnight and you're good to go for the next day. Equities are a T+2, takes 2 days. So they're trying to make equities across the board T+1. And that's gonna change things a lot, guys. It's gonna bring in more volatility to the market. Now traders don't have to wait a full business day to trade again. They can trade the very next day. It's going to bring in more volatility and more volume, and it's going to change the market a little bit if they do a T+1. It's really going to change the market. So it could be for the good or for the bad. You know, we'll have to see what happens if that actually takes place. I don't know. I've heard the rumor. The rumor is they want to do that. The rumor's been around for a year, right? The rumor's been around for a year. I remember last year they were talking about going to a T+1. I mean, come on now. It doesn't take that long to settle cash. You could go to immediate settlement if you wanted to. If you really wanted to, you could settle trades instantly if you really wanted to, right? Maybe not instantly, but it doesn't take 2 days. But definitely overnight, you could settle it. We have the technology and the speed. We can settle it that quick. It's my money, and I need it now. So let me put IGMS off to the side because I'm still looking for a potential dip buy at 29.88 on IGMS. But I want to go look at Apple real quick. So you want to get puts. You want to get puts. And it's definitely overextended. So that's it. It's definitely, right? Clear as day overextended. I mean, this thing's gone dang near $30 in just the last 2 weeks. So Apple, man, I tell you what, it's tempting, right? It's tempting, but at the same time, it's very, very risky. So let me take a step back and think about that one, because it's, like I said, it's very, very tempting, but at the same time, it's very, very risky. Like, what if we don't see more downside? What if that was the bottom? What if we don't drop into the summer months? What if we hit all-time highs in the summer months? I mean, that's the risk. I'm still convinced we have more room to the downside. I know a lot of other traders and analysts are still pretty convinced, you know, there's more room to the downside. I mean, that's pretty much the consensus across the board, is more room to the downside, right? Into the summer months. Then we find a bottom. Then we have a nice end of year. But there's still some things to be mindful of. I haven't really tapped in too much to the information and to the data, right? But that's what I wanted to maybe talk about with you guys this afternoon. Obviously, we have Shanghai shut down because of a COVID outbreak, correct? If I'm not correct, I could have misread the article and misread the headline, but Shanghai shut down because of COVID-19. right? So they're experiencing another breakout, right? A COVID breakout, right? So last time that happened, right, when, you know, COVID started to become a thing and it spread like wildfire, everybody started locking down and shutting down. You know, if this starts spreading from China to this place to that place, I mean, who's to say that we don't experience another COVID outbreak and do the same thing that China's doing and shut down, right? Lock down again. I mean, that could happen. I'm not saying it's going to, but it could happen. So that's one thing that I'm kind of thinking of. I got to do a lot more research and see how serious it is. What's the variant? What was the real reasons? What's their time frame? Really do my due diligence before I speak about that. But another thing that we need to still be mindful of is Russia, Ukraine. The reason the markets tumbled on over in the first place was the tension between Russia, Ukraine. Right now they're talking. It's the last time I heard anything. Right now they're talking about a resolution. But who's to say they're going to resolve anything? Who's to say they don't start firing missiles again and it escalate even worse? Like, there's still some things going on that could impact the market. And then the other thing too is we will have more rate hikes, right? We know that we're going to have at least 6 to 7 more rate hikes based on what the Fed said, correct? But what's going to be the basis points? Like, how many basis points are they going to go up, right? Is it still going to be a 25 basis points? Or are they going to start doing 50 and 75? Like, the market may not like that. The market could react to that alone. The market could react again to, you know, it escalating with Russia, Ukraine. I mean, if this is a serious COVID thing as to why, you know, Shanghai shut down and that spreads over here and we start experiencing lockdowns again, I mean, that's not going to help the market. Come on. So there's a few things that's kind of going through my mind when I think about the market where we're at. Do I really want to be going long, right? Definitely don't want to be going long, but at the same time, I don't feel I'm ready to like really short. So what I would say, Catherine, is yes, I know what you're seeing. You're probably outside of your Bollinger Bands, right? You're probably way outside of those Bollinger Bands, and things like to return to the median, the sum, the average, right? So I'm sure you're probably looking at your Bollinger Bands, if I'm not mistaken, and you're very overextended outside of those bands, and just visually looking at the chart, you're very, very overextended. It's going to pull back. But the thing is, when and how much, right? Is it going to rip to 185 before it pulls back? Is it going to start pulling back today? If it pulls back, where could it come down to? I would say a good first level for a pullback would maybe be that prior high, 168.53. Has some resistance, support, 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 resistance. So I would say if it does indeed start pulling back, 168.53 is a pretty solid level to see the pullback, right? So, I mean, what's that? That's about a 10-point drop at this point in time. Where should you be looking to stop out? If it puts in a new all-time high, cut it. So what's a new all-time high? About $5 away. So if you look at this from a risk-reward perspective, a dollar amount, if you're going to risk over all-time highs, you're putting on about $5 of risk, right? A good place to cover would be that 168.53. That's a first target. So at least you know your first target can give you roughly $9 to $10. You're kind of right at a 2 to 1. You're really overextended. But at the same time, how much more upside do we see before we see the markets pull back, right? We don't really have an indication yet of a pullback. So I would say let's reapproach this in today, right? Let's see how this candle closes in today. Is this an abandoned baby doji? Right, I don't know. We'll look at what an abandoned baby doji is. I know an abandoned baby, I think it gaps up and it's a little doji and then it starts pulling back. We'll go look, but again, is this a gap up? Is it going to close red? Is this just a, again, is this a gap up abandoned baby doji if I'm thinking about that correctly? And I mean, it could be a good place to start a short. I mean, you're kind of right at resistance. You're slightly above, but I mean, you're right at resistance and you're really, really overextended. So I would say it really depends on, you know, how we close today. If we close with another strong day today at 178, 179, I would say it's a little too early to short. That would be a strong close and we can continue to see it move on up. But if it like closes red and it's a doji after a gap up, that could be a nice indication that we can start to pull back. Again, it's overextended. If we have that doji formation off the gap up today, right off that decent level of resistance, that could be a good indication compared with some of your other technicals and other your other forms of analysis to suggest, maybe starting a position to the short side, not really going full-blown aggressive, but maybe shorting and starting a position to the short side. So, I mean, there's a lot, but from a pure technical perspective, absolutely, you're really overextended. I still think, and a lot of analysts and the consensus is that we still have more room to the downside. But the big question is, how much higher does the market go before we continue the pullback? If we do continue to pull back, is Apple going to hit 185 and then start pulling back into the summer months? Is this the top? You got a couple things that suggest this could be the top for a short, but it's still a little risky at this point in time, right? It's still just a little risky. I mean, it could continue the gap up, squeeze, gap up, squeeze. So with that being said, I would definitely think about testing the waters maybe towards the end of the day once you get a more of an idea of how today's going to close on out, right? How's the SPY looking? I mean, the SPY, kind of the same thing. When we see the gap ups and we see those dojis, every now and then we get that little dump on off. I got to look up what an abandoned baby is. I think I'm right. I could be missed on AB. Abandoned baby. Yeah, that's right. That's right. When you have a strong uptrend or downtrend, so in this case, it's a strong trend up, it's a gap up, and it forms a doji. And then you, the next day, start to confirm a reversal. So I was right. Yeah, so again, you have a very strong leg on up. Let's go look at Apple, and let's compare this. So where's Apple at? First day, long white candlestick. What? I mean, this is what an abandoned baby looks like. And again, I was trying to make sure it was the right doji formation. But yeah, so you got your nice little uptrend. You get the gap up, and then you get your pullback and your reversal. So I was correct. That is looking like it could be a little bit of that abandoned baby formation, which is a reversal indication. And when that takes place at or near a level of resistance after you're overextended to the upside, that is a good indication that you could start reversing. So I definitely think it's a good time maybe to start getting your feet wet, right? Maybe start testing the waters a little bit. If it's a YOLO account, that's why you have a YOLO account. I mean, you are very overextended, but give yourself some time. I would say definitely give yourself time. Don't give yourself a week or a few days. Give yourself a couple of weeks to really let this thing play on out, just in case it does push a little bit higher to the upside. But again, anybody else in chat, give us your 2 cents, your analysis, your mindset with it, right? I'm going through the facts, right? I'm just breaking down the facts. The fact is, it's overextended. You gapped up. You could form an abandoned baby, right? Which is a reversal formation. You are right at that level of daily resistance. So you have that. So overextended, clearly on the chart. Outside of those Bollinger Bands, we know stocks pull back. Abandoned baby, reversal formation, at or near a level of resistance. Those are the facts. The other facts are it could still push to the upside. We could have found a bottom and we could rally back in the all-time highs. There's no set strong enough reason to say, yes, it's definitely coming back down. I'd say it's like 60-40, 70-30 maybe. You got good odds in your favor, but there is still that slight chance that you take some heat on the trade before you actually get the pullback you're looking for. So with the information we have in front of us, dissecting the technicals, really taking a step back and looking at the big picture, I wouldn't invest my entire life savings into a short on Apple, but based on the facts and the data that we have, I definitely don't think it's a bad idea to maybe get your feet wet. That's what I would say. So again, that's why we're a team. If anybody else has anything they'd like to say, please do, right? Maybe I'm missing something visually, but that's what I see. And if it were me in your shoes, I may take a dabble with it, right? Maybe just take a little stab. What's the weekly look like? And the other thing I want to point out too is like, we're not just looking at Apple, right? We need to be looking at everything, right? So looking at the SPY, does the SPY look bearish? Kinda. I was saying this for the last week or so. It's grinding up on less and less and less and less volume. That's not the best sign that it's going to continue to rip to the upside. It's still less and less and less volume, so I've been still thinking that we could see the pullback coming on up. In the Qs, same thing. Gap up, doji, decreasing volume after that big leg up, and it's getting rejected right at that 200 SMA. So looking at the Qs from a technical perspective definitely appear like we could see a, sorry, I see IGMS for a dip buy. One sec, guys. I mean, the Qs are, again, overextended, getting rejected off the 200 SMA. A little bit of a red day after a gap up. You're seeing the similarities across the board. You see the gap up in the red day with the SPY. You see a gap up and a red day with the Qs right into a very strong level of resistance, and that's the 200 SMA. And you see the same thing with Apple. You see the gap up, you see the doji, it's overextended in a level of resistance. I mean, you're seeing that across the board, so that does kind of help support your thesis and your idea of a short. I'm done talking. I'm done talking. You guys know how I feel about it. You guys know exactly what I think about Apple and how I would approach it if it were me. Catherine said, hey, Josh, grab some so it'll dump. Yeah, exactly. Let me go ahead and buy this. Yeah, let me go ahead and buy it, right? Let me buy it to the long side and it'll dump. No, actually, I'll take the put, right? I'll make like $1. I'll get out and then it'll drop like 1,000% for you, all right? So, again, right now, I've only traded 3 tickers today. That first trade, that was one trade. I never re-entered AMC. GameStop was a nice little winner out of the gate. And then I had, I think it was 2 trades on IGMS. The bull flag one, and then the dip buy, and then the other dip. Yeah, so I had 3 trades on IGMS. So I've traded 5 times today, right? 5 actual tickets, 3 tickers. And again, I'm kind of sitting back just looking to see if there's another decent opportunity that presents itself to maybe start working my way back into the green. But if not, you know, I'm done for the day. I'll wrap up the day with a loss. It's okay. I take the day as a win, right? Coming off a really big loss, to be able to bounce back in one single trade, that was really great. That was a great feeling there. Really just separating myself from that prior trade, not holding on to it, setting those emotions aside, getting back in the right mindset. I still take today as a successful day, and I take today as a win, even if it is a red day. We come back tomorrow fresh. All right, guys, so right now we're probably going to go ahead and dive into lunch at this point in time. So give it another couple of minutes. We'll see if, you know, IGMS does anything. But again, just a lot of volume. We just don't have volume. That's it. Strong downtrend, dumping on off. We could see it come all the way back down to 27.57. We crack below 27.57, you'll probably come back down to that prior high of 25.36 before that big time rip and that big time run on IGMS. So again, right now, there's definitely not a whole lot of opportunity in the market, but we'll definitely come back this afternoon and see what we have in store. GameStop's not doing anything. AMC is not doing anything. But yeah, I take today as a win, and a lot of people look at me, they're like, what? Today's a win? What do you mean today's a win, Josh? You're red. Look at the entire day. I mean, I take today as a win. You know, if I would have held on a little bit longer to AMC, that would have put me back at break even, right? But I would have never had the capital to take that really good setup on IGMS. So you win some, you lose some. Today is a day for the books. It was definitely an exciting day. But since then, you know, a couple other opportunities after the first big boy on IGMS, and they just didn't work on out, but they were good enough setups to step behind them, right? If I see a setup, if I see an opportunity, and it's something I've traded before, and I know what to expect, I know what I should be looking for, I know what should happen during the trade. Yeah, I'm not gonna pick and choose my setups. No, if I got a setup that works, I'm gonna take it every time I see it. I'm not gonna pick and choose and be picky with my setups. Because when you start becoming picky with your setups, if it's your setup, that's when you start really just, your average really starts dropping on off pretty hard, pretty heavy. And Corey hit it hard, hit it really hard on the head earlier. I think that's basically what he said is if you have an edge, right, and you start picking and choosing what trades you take that are your edge, that's when you really start to see a diminished return. That's when your win rate and the consistency really starts fading on off. But if you just stay consistent with trading your edge across the board, you're going to come to find out that you have a pretty good average and you're going to see more success and more profits than losses at the end of the day. But if you look at 100 different trades, right, and they're all A+ setups that work for your edge, 100 trades, they're all great setups. They all work. They're in your playbook. It's your edge. And you just pick half of those, you're probably going to lose at the end of the day. But if you take all 100, you're probably going to make profit at the end of the day. You got to stay consistent with trading your edge when you see the setup present itself. You can't be picky, and that's my opinion. Because I was picky as a new trader. I would pick and choose my setups. I'm not making money. Now I see my setup, I take them all, I see the consistency. So right now, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to dive into lunch here in a few seconds. If you guys have any final questions, any closing comments, please let me know. And with that being said, we'll dive into lunch, guys. I may pop back in here this afternoon and see what we have, if anything. But right now, things are definitely starting to slow on down a little bit different than yesterday, right? Yesterday, we had some great action up until 11 o'clock. Didn't really see too much from 11 to 12. And then 12 o'clock, we started to see the action. Today, we saw great action all the way up until 12 o'clock. And then over the last about 40 minutes, really not a lot of killer opportunities, guys. CLVR. Clover. Yeah, I was thinking the same thing. Not really a mid-candle breakout, but kinda. You kind of get the idea if you just add the 2 days, right? First day, second day, gap down. I mean, I kind of see what you're saying on the mid-candle. We are closing in on yesterday's highs of, what was it, 304? 308. So, you know, if it ever did break above yesterday's highs of 308, you could see it pop on up towards around Friday's close, Friday's highs right around 4, you know, high threes, $4. And it's pretty consistent right now, pretty consistent. Intraday support can put you back down around 260. I'd say right off these prior highs, prior resistance, if we do come back down to 260, that would be an area to keep on watch to see if it does indeed hold on up as support. And if it does, and you get confirmation that, yo, this is support, 260 is it. This is the area that I want to be long. Where would you take it to? Yesterday's highs at 308. So that's about 40 cents. Let's call it 40 cents to the upside. And if that were to ever set up at 260, a good stop would be maybe 240, right? At the lowest, 250 if you want to keep it tight. So, I mean, looking at that, you know, way ahead of time, it's not even set up right now. but you can kind of be one step ahead. You know, if it ever does come down to 260, bottoms out, and you're like, my goodness, this is a great setup. I want to be long, right? You already know that 260 is a good level to see the stock hold above. 240 would be the ideal placement for a stop loss at the lowest, and you know that you have potential to 308, right? So you know you have 40 cents of potential with 20 cents of risk. But again, we don't even know if it's going to set up at 260. Now it's, you just be patient and you wait to see if it does. And if it does, all right, cool. You're one step ahead. You already know what you want to do. If it doesn't set up, you just kind of sit back and watch it. So 1243, we are absolutely going to dive into lunch. So CLVR, definitely a stock you should be watching over lunch. IGMS, I know it's fading on off, guys, but we've seen this a lot. We get early morning run-ups, fading over lunch, come power hour, they set back up, they rip even higher. Not saying that's going to happen. I'm saying this stock still has a lot of focus and a lot of activity behind it. Not right now, not a lot of volume, but we could see the volume return here after lunch, and we could still see some opportunity with IGMS. So we're still watching IGMS. SXTC, you don't really want to be paying too much attention to that. GFAI, you don't have anything there. HYMC, just doesn't look the best, does it? Yeah, so I would say, you know, add that to a prior day mover list, HYMC. And if you ever start to see it moving back up, bring your attention back over to it. But right now at this point in time, I would say it's not worth your time. We still want to watch AMC and GameStop end of day and power hour and see if we get any opportunity here with these. They could move on back up. Still worth watching. Not a lot's really happened over the past hour or two with AMC and GameStop, but who's to say that the volume doesn't move back in here in power hour? So we'll still watch these two over lunch. KOSS, no. NEGG. Yo, I like NEGG for the mid-candle breakout, guys. NEGG for a mid-candle doesn't look bad at all, does it? So let's keep NEGG on watch for tomorrow for that possible mid-candle breakout. Maybe MRIN. Maybe MRIN. It really depends on how we close. I mean, if we close back above 313, 315 on MRIN, it could be a mid-candle breakout, but it has to, in my opinion, close above that 313 to 315 before I would even consider it. DATS as well, guys. DATS could be a nice little mid-candle. So, I mean, look at that. We already have some decent opportunity for tomorrow. I mean, we got NEGG possibly setting up for a mid-candle breakout. Doesn't look bad at all. DATS doesn't look bad at all. MRIN, not the best right now, but if it closes above that 313 to 315, possible mid-candle breakout for tomorrow. I would say today with ALLG, probably not a lot, but add it to a prior day mover list. If it does start grinding back on up, maybe we have some opportunity on ALLG. MULN, I don't know if it's really going to do much today, but we did come down to that 20 EMA, right? We came down pretty much to the penny. To that 20 EMA with a nice little retest, and we are seeing it creep on back up. So I would say that MULN may not really happen today. We may not see the action today, but I think we should still keep it on watch for the remainder of the week to see if we do get a reversal off of that 220 level. So stocks to watch this week, right? Tomorrow through the rest of the week. NEGG, maybe a mid-candle breakout. MRIN, we'll see if this is a good mid-candle breakout for tomorrow. DATS, same thing, possible mid-candle breakout. MULN, reversal off the 20 EMA. Stocks we're watching tomorrow into the end of the week. Stocks we're watching over lunch. AMC, GameStop, IGMS, and CLVR. MARI, RIOT, not too much. Tesla really sitting sideways today. Oil still pulling back. The VIX back below 20. And we're still watching the Qs right at the 200 SMA and looking to see how the SPY closes today and see if we get a follow through with the gap down. We start seeing a pullback, maybe back down to 450 first on the SPY. All right, team. So, enjoy ISPO running. Let's go look at ISPO real quick. Is it just a random midday pop? Yeah, it's just a random lunchtime pop. You got unusual options activity. You got $10 call sweeps. For August 19th and May 20th, you got a couple $10 call sweeps there. But nothing too crazy. All right, so I'd say ISPO, just a pretty random midday pop off of the unusual volume alert, right? So unusual volume activity, we see the pop. Could it continue higher? Yes, but it could just be one of those random midday pops based on the unusual volumes activity, and it may not do too much. I mean, look at that daily chart. I mean, do you really want to be touching that? I don't know. Keep it on watch, add it as a back burner. If it does continue to hold on up and we see volume is still here, maybe we got some ISPO action, but the last thing I'd want to do is be buying this now and it just be one of those random pump and dumps based on the unusual volumes activity. Sometimes those stocks continue to rip, sometimes they pop up and drop on back down. So back burner, I would say top stocks over lunch, CLVR, IGMS, looking at GameStop and AMC as well. And these would be the best 4 candidates coming into Power Hour. Yeah, it's definitely not done on IGMS. There's still some decent potential here, guys. But right now, let's see what it does over lunch. All right, let's see what it does over lunch. Let's see if volume returns. Let's see if activity returns. If it really starts setting back up for us, I'm jumping back on the mic, guys. I'm absolutely gonna jump back on the mic, commentate it, look for some opportunities, lock in some profits, have some fun, and end our Tuesday on a strong and profitable note, guys. Right now I'm down to 875, but again, I call it a win. It was a successful day for me after a pretty wild drop on AMC, stuck in a halt to the downside, bouncing back on IGMS, couple losses, but overall, not a bad day, right? Not a bad day. Could have been better, but again, if it wasn't for AMC, today would have been a crazy good day, guys, right? If it wasn't for AMC, today would have been a pretty good day, but it happens. Today's the day for the books, right? You gotta chalk it up, bite the bullet, move on, off to profits, baby. So enjoy your lunch, guys. If you guys have any questions, hit me up inside the chat, drop me a message. I'll be more than happy to dive back in the chat, jump on the mic, and get those questions answered. With that being said, good job and good work, traders. Enjoy your lunch, and I may just see you this afternoon if my wife doesn't come home with the kid anytime soon. So we shall see. Enjoy your lunch, guys. Maybe see you back here a little bit later this afternoon. Worst case, I'll keep you guys updated. Enjoy the rest of your day. Trade smart, trade safe. Understand that lunch is the slowest time of the day, so go enjoy that lunch. Come back around 2:30 and see what we have in store, guys. I'll talk to you guys a little bit later. Take care, everybody. Let's end it the way we always end it in 3, 2, 1. Woo! Take care, guys. Enjoy your lunch. And I'll see you guys back here, hopefully, a little bit later. See you guys.